Good morning, esteemed dignitaries, distinguished speakers, respected delegates, and honored guests. On behalf of Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai, it is my privilege to extend a warm welcome on day one of the Dubai Conference on Innovating for Impact, Digital Technologies for Public Administration, Engineering Application, Environmental Protection, Sustainable Business Operations, and Healthcare. We gather today to engage in thought-provoking discussions, exchange groundbreaking insights, and shape the future for digital transformation across industries. It is an honor to host this prestigious event, and we deeply appreciate your presence and participation in this remarkable intellectual gathering. To inaugurate this prestigious conference, I'm honored to invite Dr. Anuj Kumar, a distinguished academic and researcher. He is the head of research and associate professor at Rushford Business School, Switzerland, and an honorary research fellow at INTI International University, Malaysia. With a PhD from Aligarh Muslim University and an MSc from University College Dublin, he has made significant contributions to marketing, international business, and management. A prolific scholar with over 80 publications, he has also been a keynote speaker and a session chair at renowned international conferences. His excellence in academia has earned him multiple awards, including Best Researcher, Outstanding Academician, and Young Achiever. Let's extend a warm welcome to Dr. Anuj Kumar. Sir, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you for a nice introduction. And a good morning to all of you. Since the time I came to Dubai, I want to say Habibi, Habibi. So, good morning, Dubai. I'll not take much of your time. From the time I and Dr. Nishu thought about this concept, this conference, it has been conceptualized over a period of only 2 months. And we are very thankful. Since the first day, Dr. Sudhindra has shown us the entire support for organizing this conference. And the entire team headed by Dr. Pandey and Dr. Sunita. And we have worked with many colleges, but we haven't realized that we haven't been into Dubai physically over emails and only in the online mode. Everything has been done so smoothly. So have a huge round of applause for this, efficient team of MAHE Dubai. It was not possible in 2 months to have such, huge gathering at such a large scale. Only because of you, it is possible. Now, coming back to the topic of the conference today, Innovating for Impact. We are talking about digital technologies, because nowadays, which thing you say is changing the entire world is technology. You say whatever mobile phone you are using today, maybe after 6 months or after any year, it will be outdated. The entire world is changing because of technology. So in this conference, we are checking the impact, or you can say impact is a higher category word, the effect of digital technologies on business, on entrepreneurship, on engineering application, and healthcare. That's why we have received papers from all the domains. But the key word is technology. As my expertise is in research, editing, paper writing, I can say, if you want to publish your paper in a good journal, or if you want to do good research, always open your research with technology, because your scope will increase. For publication, your scope will increase. And you see, over the last year or so, there are so many papers on ChatGPT. There are so many papers on these latest technologies. You need to understand one thing. What is my experience? I'm just giving you in 2 lines. The journals are also doing business. If you will give them that content which they can sell, they will take it easily. And I'm once again thankful to all the participants who have joined all the way from all parts of the world, online and offline. Here are people sitting from Germany, from Australia, I can see, from Spain in offline mode, and from Dubai. So that's it from my side. Best of luck to all of you for these 2 engaging days of this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable insights and for setting the stage for today's discussions. Your expertise and perspective provide a strong foundation for what promises to be an enlightening conference. Next, we have the honor of inviting Dr. Sudhindra Shamana, our academic president at Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Dubai, to deliver the inaugural speech. He holds a PhD from IIT and brings over 22 years of experience blending academic excellence with leadership and expertise in management and technology. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sudhindra Shamana to the stage.
Good morning. Every time I take part in one of these conferences, I reflect on why do we conduct conferences? And if there is a good reason, good reason and objectives, do we achieve those objectives? Today, research as a field is, I can say, in my opinion, state of crisis. There is increased pressure on academicians and scholars to publish more and more. And there is also increased scrutiny because of the kind of research sometimes results, because research also, as Dr. Anuj so nicely brought up, sometimes it becomes business. And then therefore it brings with it some questionable practices. And therefore scrutiny becomes unavoidable. Then therefore, the crisis, we see retractions, we see articles talking about unethical practices, research that doesn't, even at a low level, research that doesn't contribute anything to the stakeholders. So what do we do about this as academic institutions? And probably that is one of the reasons why we conduct these conferences. Research done in isolation in the cabins of faculty or in the rooms of scholars, that is likely not to have any impact on society whatsoever. In olden days, research was furthered through only debates and discussions. Today we have journals, and then faculty sit in their cabins, scholars sit in their rooms and publish, and nobody else reads it, except for 2 or 3, the authors and the reviewers. They have to do it and before publication. That's all. Nobody else reads it. Conferences provide that opportunity for researchers to actually come, present their papers before it is accepted for publications, or before even actually they write it fully, get opinions from others. And also, more importantly, it's also the responsibility of the participants in a conference to actually listen to others' research ideas and then make comments and find collaborators, discuss about other research in the same field or on the same topic. And then that kind of richness is what will finally result in articles that are actually truly useful to the industry and society, whatever it is intended for. And that is the reason academic institutions, without any other benefit, institutions don't get any benefit from organizing conferences. It is a responsibility of ours to actually hold conferences where people discuss and debate. Publication is a secondary objective. The primary objective is discussion. And therefore, even in these 2 months, within this short duration, this conference has attracted about 300 papers, which basically means there are 300 researchers. I am hoping that they will take full advantage of this and then have a good amount of discussions. Even those online, they'll be able to find others in their areas of interest and then continue discussing with them, so that the research that finally comes out of these 300 presentations will be actually really fruitful. That will be the real test of organizing a conference. And the organizers have given that platform. And as Dr. Anuj said, this conference was organized in very, very short time. But this is the first, let's say, collaboration with of Manipal, Dubai with Confab 60, and then I'm sure in the days to come we'll organize many more, and then even better conferences. This itself has attracted many papers, and I'm in those 2 months the team has worked together wonderfully, and then actually put together a great theme as well as a conference. So I congratulate the organizing team of Dr. Nishu, Ayedee, Dr. Anuj, Dr. S.K. Pandey and Dr. Sunita and the team for putting together this conference for the scholars. I thank and welcome the chief guest, the chief guest of honor, and the various keynote speakers for gracing this occasion. Thank you very much for being here. And of course, best wishes to all the participants. Have wonderful 2 days, debate, discuss, and then produce some wonderful research. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring words. Your leadership continues to pave the way for meaningful progress in education and research. We now have the pleasure of welcoming Professor Dr. Nishu Ayedee, a distinguished academic, researcher, and entrepreneur. She is the founder and chief marketing officer of Confab, where she drives initiatives to foster high-quality research and collaboration. With over 10 years of experience in teaching and research, she has published extensively in the Web of Science and Scopus-indexed journals and conducted expert sessions under the Ministry of Home Affairs. She has also held leadership roles in marketing, business strategy, and digital innovation, including positions at Kingdom of Dreams and the Thrill Factory. Her expertise spans academia, corporate leadership, and entrepreneurship, making her a driving force in business transformation and interdisciplinary collaboration. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Nishu Ayedee to deliver her address. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you, Shreya, for the lovely introduction. Very good morning, and thank you to Professor Dr. Sudhindra for showing his trust and believing in Confab 360-degree and giving us the opportunity that we can do a wonderful show and put it together. To our chief guest, Professor Dr. O.P. Bhora, and to our guest of honor, Mr. Akram, for gracing the occasion and accepting our invite. To our panel speakers, Mr. Naveen Garg, Mr. Munir Al-Wafa, Ms. Anna, Mr. Senthil, and Mr. Naveen Bhardwaj, who accepted our invitation in enlightening you students and sharing their experience, what they have gained in their domain. To our co-organizing partners, Dr. Kanika from Rushford Business School, Switzerland, for being a partner for continuously 3 years and supporting us rock steady. And to Mr. Tufail, and special thanks to Mr. Tufail Syed for giving us his valuable support and a guidance that we need when we are stuck somewhere. So a heartfelt thanks to him and a very good morning to him also. Then I would like to thank our new partner on our roadway, Mr. Danish, from Global Career Pathway. He has been a new partner, and we hope that our future endeavors do a great job. And we bring in a lot of impactful, more training programs for our research and education fraternity. And to our keynote speakers, Dr. Tiwari from Fore School, India, Dr. Miguel from Spain, and Dr. Joe Hookton from Dublin. I thank them for accepting our offer and enlightening this conference with their expertise. And lastly, to all the participants who have shown their complete trust in Confab 360 in these 2 months, we have really put our efforts and put our hard work in bringing various people from all globes from all parts of the globes together, where you can come exchange your knowledge and gain and grow. This is what the vision of Confab is. And lastly, I would like to give a big shout out to MAHE Dubai team, organizing team, which was headed by Dr. Pandey, along with Dr. Sunita ma'am and Dr. Sophie, who with endless mails, just for small, big issues, there were males, and they were so kind enough, and they were so cooperative that we didn't find any hindrance or hurdle while conducting this conference. Otherwise, 2 months getting 300 papers, and if you multiply, each paper has around 3 authors, it's around 900 people only participating. And then there's a participation physically and offline, getting all distinguished guests together in 2 months. It wouldn't have been possible if this magnificent team wouldn't have come together and helped us through our every nick and corner of this organizing thing. Now, since I have 2 minutes left, I would just take you through. Actually, I've written something, but I will not read it. I'll speak out from my heart. I'll divide it into 2 things. One is for the faculties, for the participants, and for the research scholars. That one thing that has made me, and from where I have learned a lot, is collaboration. Collaboration is the power today. I believe that only fools compete. Who want to grow professionally, they collaborate. If you talk about this conference, it's all about collaboration. We did connect to Dr. Sudhindra, and we said that we have great researchers who are looking for a good platform to present their paper. And we would love to collaborate with you and bring in these researchers to your institute where they can have a global exposure. They can meet new people and expand their horizon. This is the power of collaboration, that all this around, it is an amalgamation of 1,000 people under one roof, right? 1,000 people in this conference. It is only possible if you have collaboration. As he pointed out very rightly, sitting in your room and working in silos has gone off the window. If you really want to grow, you want to be 1 + 1 is equal to 11 is only if you collaborate. And Indian education system is looking for collaboration. We cannot work in single silos. Now, a very classic example of recent good big 2 competitors. Have everybody heard of Harvard and MIT? They are 2 big competitors, but they have collaborated for AI workshops, right? Now, there is a lab of Harvard that has NLP, right? And there is Howard, which is CSAIL lab, that is computer science and AI lab. They both have collaborated together to bring in AI workshops where they are designing AI policies, ethics, and how that AI can help. And they are training their professors from both ends together so that they can rule the entire education, universities, worlds, and then domain in the next 10 years. It wouldn't be possible if Harvard thought that I would want to rule and I do not want other to come. So Harvard and MIT have come together and they said 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, we want such professors, we want such workers in our institute that nobody can beat them. So they are 10, 20 years ahead. And that is only because they think of collaboration. So I believe that collaboration has a great power, and this is what Confab 360-degree collaborates with around 35 plus universities, nationally and internationally, where we are having around a fraternity of more than 5,000 plus research scholars with us working, and we would love them to exchange and work in different domains. It increases your horizon. Now, this is one part. I'll take 1 more minute because I have a lot of students there. I have students here. I would give you one lesson. I had learned a story, which is very, very helpful to me when I'm very low, I'm very down. Your universities will teach you a lot of things that are in syllabus. But one thing I would like to teach you and I want you to take away in life. There was one person who was really heartbroken and he was crying, and he goes out and he keeps screaming at looking up in the sky, and he keeps screaming, oh God, what kind of a world it is. There's so much of heartbreak. There's no loyalty. There's no give back. I've done so much for your society. I'm doing so much for for my family, for this person. But there is no acknowledgement. There is nothing that they are giving me back. What a bad world you have created. I don't want to be in this bad world of yours. And he starts crying and he keeps complaining. then as usual, God doesn't come in form of his own real form. He comes in a form of a human only, and he comes in form of sage. And he says, what happened? Why are you crying? He's saying, what a bad world this is. I just had a heartbreak. To all the youngsters, I'm saying, and even to us, that I'm doing so much for this girl, or I'm doing so much for this boy, and he's just left. There's no loyalty left. There is no acceptance. There is nothing. There is no care. What kind of world is this? So the sage says, do you want to see the magic? What happens in this world? He says, of course, definitely I want to see. So the sage says, see, there's a rock. There was a rock in front of him. He's saying, try to push this rock off the cliff down, and you will see the magic happening. I will come after 6 months and 9 months and will ask you, what is that magic? The boy says, okay, fine. Every day he used to get up, he's trying to push that rock off the cliff. The rock didn't move an inch. Every day this boy used to get up, try to push this rock off the cliff. It should not move. 1 month passed, 2 months passed, 3 months passed, 6 months passed. And then came the 8th month, and he started realizing this rock has not moved an inch. Every day I get up, I try to push this rock off the cliff, try to move it. I'm putting in so much efforts. It doesn't move at all. It has not shaken a bit. And then he suddenly looks at his own self and he says, what a body I have been carved. He starts to develop strong muscles. He starts to be mentally strong. He starts to have focus. He starts to have discipline. He starts to have a goal in life. And when the 9th month is passed, the sage comes. He says, did you see the magic? He said, yes, I saw the magic. He's saying, but the rock, it didn't fall off the cliff. He says, but I saw the magic. This rock has made me that magic. It will make you as a beautiful person, as a strong person, as a focused. He's made me disciplined. He's given me goal. The rock has not moved an inch. So there will be a lot of people in your life. They will be like this rock. There will be a lot of situations in your life that will be like this rock. They'll try to put down your ego. They'll try to put down your ego. They'll try to insult you. They're going to try to humiliate you. They're trying to break you inside and outside. Those people and those situations are just like this rock. They'll not move an inch because you're doing a lot of efforts on them. You have to see what these people have made you. They'll make you strong. They'll make you focused. They'll make you passionate. They'll make you more goal-getter. They'll make you more hardworking. And they'll tell you that what you are here for is to become strong, become goal-oriented, become something that is helpful to this world, to yourself first, and then to the others. Everybody here is not to benefit you, but you have to see the beauty. So whenever you are stuck, somebody puts you down, you feel like quitting, just remember they are that rock, right? Just to make you strong, just to make you focused. So I end this speech with this, that collaboration is very, very important. 1 + 1 is always 2, and it will always be higher than 1, right? So it's your skills that come together. It's MAHE Dubai who has come with us with its, the power of its place, the extremely hardworking team. And it is Confab from India and our team who has come together, put things together. We have a lot of scholars who want to come, show up, got publication houses. We both collaborated, and this is how the show has come out so beautifully. So all I would say that thank you all for believing, and I would like that you continuously believe in us so that we can continuously give you all the best of best what we can have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights and providing us with a deeper understanding of Confab 360 degree and its role in fostering research, collaboration, and innovation. Your vision and dedication continue to inspire meaningful academic and industry partnerships. Now, let's watch a video on Confab 360 degree, highlighting its mission, impact, and contributions in fostering global collaboration, research, and knowledge sharing across industries. This initiative has been instrumental in bridging academia and industry, creating a platform for meaningful discussions and innovation.
Confab 360° is a premier platform for world-class academic conferences, collaborating with top universities globally. We specialize in conducting outcome-based faculty development programs and industry-focused workshops on emerging trends, ensuring impactful learning experiences. We provide industry-driven training programs for students across diverse fields, including management, engineering, hotel management, hospitality, and healthcare, equipping them with essential skills to become industry-ready leaders of tomorrow. Additionally, our global faculty and student exchange programs foster holistic institutional development, offering a 360-degree approach to academic and professional growth. Our core services: academic conferences and research publications. We organize internationally recognized conferences, connecting faculty and researchers with renowned publication houses and journals, ensuring their work receives global recognition and academic impact. Faculty development and research training. Our faculty development programs and research training equip educators with advanced teaching strategies, publication support, and leadership skills, helping them stay at the forefront of academia. Student training and industry readiness. We bridge the gap between academics and industry by providing students with practical skill development, career guidance, and market-driven insights, ensuring they are well prepared for future challenges. Corporate training and leadership development. Our corporate training programs focus on leadership excellence, strategic growth, and upskilling, helping professionals and businesses gain a competitive edge in the evolving market. Research consultancy for scholars and academicians. Confab 360° offers specialized research consultancy services, supporting PhD scholars, faculty, and independent researchers in thesis development, research methodology, and publication strategies to achieve academic success. Our impact and global reach. Notable conferences and workshops. Confab 360° has played a pivotal role in academic and professional excellence through impactful research events, training programs, and industry collaborations. Hotel Management Conference, June 2024. VPSM Mumbai Conference on Digital Intelligence, June 2024. Global Innovation, Excellence, and Research Awards, July 2024. Scholarship and Research Funding Workshop, July 2024. Business and AI Integration Workshop, February 2024. Global collaborations. With strong partnerships in Vietnam, Malaysia, Switzerland, Malta, Italy, Thailand, Spain, the US, and beyond, Confab 360° fosters cross-border research, global learning experiences, and knowledge exchange at an international level. Join us and elevate your career. Globe Showing Europe Africa, stay ahead in your academic and professional journey by gaining access to world-class research and training opportunities. Public Address Loudspeaker collaborate with Confab 360° where expertise meets innovation. Round Pushpin visit Confab 360°.com to explore research, training, and global academic collaborations.
To deliver the inaugural address, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Tufail Syed, founder and president of Rushford Business School, Switzerland. With over 20 years of experience in pharmaceutical and medical research, he has held leadership roles at Eli Lilly, Medpace, and LabCorp, and was the CEO of a leading Australian clinical research organization. A passionate educator, he founded the James Lind Institute, Rushford Business School, and the Clinical Research Society, impacting thousands worldwide. Joining us virtually today, please welcome Professor Dr. Tufail Syed.
Good morning, Dubai. Do you need my video or am I okay without the video?
They're okay without your video.
Yeah, thank you, because I'm in a hotel room at 6 a.m. in the morning. Very, very good morning to everyone in Dubai and also whosoever is logged in online. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to me to be able to provide my thoughts at the start of the conference. But thanks to the leadership from Dr. Sudhindra from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, and also Dr. Nishu, having guided Confab 360 to this great success over the last few years. And we at Rushford have been witnessing this as strong collaborators in her vision to bring this to greater heights. Now, we share the vision that she has, and many of the other stakeholders have. Also, thanks to Dr. Anuj and his team and the greater team that has worked on this conference to be a success in such a short period of time. And also a warm welcome to all the honorable guests and panel and keynote speakers and the researchers who have invested their time and effort in bringing their work and showcase it at this conference. I always speak from a vantage point of being an educational and research institution, especially being a business school. So we have this acute focus on what is needed by leaders in the future. But to really put things in context, our world is changing very, very fast. And this is for the researchers addressing them. There was a time 20 years ago when the world was not moving this fast and research stayed relevant for a longer time so others could look at it and continue to use it for their work. But today, as we know, not only is the technology moving so much faster. I said last year in my talk was that the amount of technological upgradation and innovation that we see in a week today was almost a year 20 years ago. So we are seeing a much faster movement in all sciences and everywhere where research is happening, but more so in the area of technology, where it is we have seen the advent of newer technologies like artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and other allied areas of computing, and it will continue to grow. We saw recently how DeepSeek suddenly had mammoth impact on the stock market, and considering that it was now a reasonable and a strong competitor to something that was already the mainstream, which is OpenAI. And this is a learning for researchers where researchers need to take a step back and look at what will the world look like in 10 years, not even 20 or 30, because it's hard to imagine with this level of technological advancement what the world will look like in 20 years. But even if we looked 5 years in advance and we thought about what innovation should happen on top of what is already existing, so we could bring out something that would change the world considerably, obviously towards the good, because that's what everybody's talking about, is that we need to be ethical, we need to be socially considerate, and we also need to be environmentally considerate. Because of this technological advancement, these areas are at risk for being neglected or being negatively impacted. For researchers, I believe I've been a researcher myself, and in the healthcare area, pharmaceutical research area. Take a step back and think about, what am I passionate about? Why am I doing this? Is it just purely for, and I believe that a lot of the researchers out there really have a strong passion for making it and seeing a change, even if it is one step at a time. And what will that change be? Who I can collaborate with? Is there something that already has been worked on by someone else that I can improve? Which is very important in today's world, because improvement on what existing models are or existing sciences is itself very strong innovation in today's world. It may not have been as attractive for researchers 20 years ago, where everyone was in the race of doing something completely new. But we are now in a world where a significant improvement on something that's already there is also going to change the world dramatically. And we saw that with DeepSeek. And I'm quoting the example again. And then collaborate with those who may have the know-how or may have the knowledge or the resources available to be faster and to be more relevant. We need applied research, which means that if every research has an opportunity cost, it has the cost of time, effort, money, resources, and a lot of the other investments made by even the family members of researchers and the institutions beyond what we can measure tangibly. And it has to be such that these investments are realized into transformational outcomes quickly, rather than the research becoming only a discourse of academic pursuit, which is not what the world needs today. And that's more so important for economies such as India and many others who have a gap to fill. And the other important aspect of such research is resources that I just mentioned. I mean, look at DeepSeek again, the amount of investment that went into it versus what went into AI and continues to go into AI. We could even compare the Indian space program with NASA. And these are just very good examples of how innovation, operational efficiency, and research and applied research can be done in much faster and utilizing less resources. So for researchers, these are very valid questions to ask before you embark onto something where you will invest a lot of your time and effort, and invest time in building the networks as a framework for what you're going to do, because it's not just about one project or one research paper or one protocol. It will be that you will become an expert in what you do, and there is a series of steps of the research activity that you will have to do before you reach to a final goal of where you want to be, and that cannot be done alone, as has already been mentioned before me. So from a business school standpoint, from an education institution standpoint, I think one of the main responsibilities we have is also to create our own vision of, and in a very robust way, as to what is the world going to look like in the next 5 to 10 years. And if we are in the business of producing leaders and subject matter experts and people who are going to interact with technology to make a better world, whether that is at a societal level or a country level or a global level. What do they need, and how do we as an institution, as everyone else, constantly transform our understanding as well as our delivery of our teaching, as well as our guidance for research, to be able to be relevant. And I think it's an ethical responsibility for education institutions to think very hard and have excellent operational delivery of this particular aspect. It will be a disservice to the learners if enough investment does not go into ensuring that we as an education institution play our part that our learners need. But and that's important from an institution standpoint, to be part of that guiding of the change. While we have these fabulous researchers, learners bringing about new areas of knowledge, we as experienced institutions guide that change so that it can be much more productive and efficient. So that's how I feel we should guide our institutions over the next 5 to 10 years and see how the world unfolds in front of us. And that means transformation of learning. The traditional models of learning, the didactics and the way teaching happened, and it is beyond, it's agnostic in terms of what area we're talking about. It could be humanities, science, could be any engineering. is that the traditional model of learning, while relevant, is in need of transformation so that we are able to include and involve the requirements that we see are needed and they do not are not fulfilled by the traditional model. One, for example, I can quote a few. One is a deeper relationship with the industry. And by industry, I mean everyone. It could be businesses, it could be non-business organizations, it could be for-profit or non-profit organizations, it could be even governments, or it could be other such organizations where a lot of economic activity is happening, and even research is happening, because we know that research only does not happen in our institutions, but it also happens in organizations beyond in various organizations. So it's important to create those links very early on in that learning process. And this is an area where institutions can innovate in their own way, and also will be guided by what the industry feels is a more optimal way for education institutions and learners to collaborate with them, because they have their own interests, they have their own outcomes that they are wanting to get out of this, but they also understand that research needs to happen in a confluent fashion. The other area is interdependence. We're also seeing a change where the hard boundaries between various fields are becoming blurry. Whether you're talking about healthcare versus, newer technologies, for example. Now, or you could talk about cybersecurity, and then it could be, again, healthcare. And why is that? Is because information is becoming more important. Privacy is becoming more important. Personalized service is becoming more important. And also the use of technology and the use of tools that have been developed in multiple areas of application is becoming a commonality now. So again, for researchers, when you start out with a research question, and you want to put up a research project around it, it is also, I guess, relevant and important to see whether there would be any involvement of help that could come from the industry. Is there a subject matter expert sitting within the industry and not within academia, who may actually be a better mentor or be a better expert to collaborate with, and then try to find a way as to how to bring that expert into the framework where they could support that research within the institution. There used to be a reluctance many years ago between institutions to collaborate with the industry, because institutions thought that the industry research is not as high quality, for example, because they are commercially driven and they have commercial interests, so their research may not be as pure or as important or maybe as controlled in quality. But that's not the case, actually. And we have seen with numerous examples and high quality research happening in private organizations, and again, companies that are involved in development of the new AI models is a good example, where all of this research, a lot of it, I'm not saying all of it, but a lot of it is happening within the private space. So again, for researchers, it's important that you start selecting the stakeholders early on, so that whatever you do has a greater impact. The last point I want to make is that is at the end of the day, you will agree with me, whatever we do on a daily basis, whether it is spending time at the conference today, or teaching in your institution, or as a researcher working on your project, there is a greater goal, which is that we leave behind a world that is better and is for the next generation. So sustainability is an important area where, and I see that we have that inbuilt in today's agenda in the conference, is innovation in the area of sustainability will become more and more relevant. And for researchers who want to create new knowledge, new understandings, bring about new interpretations. We have to think very early about what I'm doing. How is it beneficial or is it not beneficial to our environment? And what can I do to at least think and understand whether I can include any level of sustainable innovation into my project. These are easy things to implement. You may not be able to touch everything, but to create the discipline around trying to do research in ways that is more relevant in today's world, where interdependence and confluence of sciences and areas of function are so relevant, and technology is changing so fast. It's only through a very determined, deliberate collaboration early on in your when you're formulating your research question, you're applying for a grant, or you have your funds available and you're starting to work on your project. It's a small project or a big project. There might be another collaborator that is very interested in that and could make it much better. So that's how I will end it. I really want to thank everyone. I want to congratulate the whole team for bringing Confab 360 from where it was 3 years ago to now in Dubai. And I wish Confab 360 to reach greater heights in the future. We will continue to collaborate. We see two partners coming along. I congratulate Manipal Academy of Higher Education also to become part of this and also supporting it on campus in Dubai. I want to apologize that I was not able to make it in person because I'm traveling in Europe. I wanted to, and Anuj worked very hard with me to see whether I could, and unfortunately I couldn't. I look forward to the next one, which I believe will be somewhere else, an exciting place. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, and I wish you an amazing 2 days of intellectual, stimulation and discourse, and forming new networks and collaborations. And I am always available for any sort of support that is needed, as some of my colleagues will know. And I remain at your disposal always. Thank you so much, and all the best to you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Your expertise in healthcare, research, and education is truly inspiring, and we appreciate your valuable contributions to this conference. To deliver the next inaugural address, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Kanika Gupta joining us virtually. With nearly 2 decades of experience in academia and research, she has led triple accredited UK-based programs and played a key role in online education, accreditations, and academic partnerships. Her work spans Europe, India, and the USA, with contributions to institutions like Amity University and Open University. A strong advocate for sustainable development goal for quality education, she is committed to enhancing academic programs and digital transformation in education. Please welcome Professor Dr. Kanika Gupta.
Okay, I hope that all of you can hear me. So thank you for your enlightening messages from all my fellow colleagues. Academic President of MAHE Dubai, Dr. Sudhindra, Founder Confab, Dr. Nishu, Ayedee, and a friend as well, Dr. Tufail, Syed, Founder President of Rushford Business School, James Lind Institution, European School of Data Science and Technology. And thanks for having me here today. So I'm speaking from Germany, and it's really a delightful event today morning to have been between so many renowned academicians, colleagues, and the distinguished guests. Well, innovation is advancing at a rapid pace, but our ability to adapt is evolving even faster. I was just passing by my living room and I saw this big television, LED television now. It's getting bigger and bigger. And look at the television several years ago. Those big bulky boxes that occupied a significant portion of our living rooms. And today we have sleek flat screen LED televisions that mount seamlessly on the walls. What do you say about this transformation? Is it innovation? Yes, it is. But let's pause for a moment and consider the benefits and the drawbacks of this change. This old box TV were durable. Many lasted for decades. However, they consumed a lot of electricity, emitted more heat, and had limited display quality. On the other hand, LED TVs now offer stunning picture quality, consume less energy, and are aesthetically appealing. But they also have a shorter lifespan and contribute to electronic waste, raising concerns about environmental sustainability. Moreover, increased screen time on high-definition displays have implication for eye health, sleep disruption, and overall well-being. So this shift in technology is a perfect example of innovation, where the new ideas replace old ones, bringing benefits while also introducing new challenges. But innovation goes far beyond just improving convenience. It transforms industries, enhances efficiency, and most importantly, creates a long-lasting impact on society. So what is innovation? The theme of this conference is Innovating for Impact. Innovation is not doing something what we were not doing before, and now we have started to do it. Innovation is not also creating an artificial need when they are non-existent. Innovation is identifying real problem and developing meaningful solutions that create value and drive progress. So at its core, innovation is not just about new inventions, it's also about improvement, problem solving, and meaningful change. And it can be incremental, making small refinements to existing solutions, or disruptive, completely transforming industries. So innovation is not just about technology, it's about new business models, policies, way of thinking to create value and to solve a real business problem. I'm emphasizing on the real business problem. So there are various industries we're going to talk about in today's world and in today's conference: education, healthcare, transportation, business and communication. And the way these changes are being integrated are immense and they're very meaningful. But with great innovation comes great responsibility as well. And while technology solves many problems, it also creates new ones. Ethical dilemmas of artificial intelligence, for instance, job displacement due to automation, and environmental concerns from e-waste. So as we innovate, we must ask, are we making the world better? Are we considering long-term impacts? There are a few key EU research priority areas which I would like to bring in front of all of you. And as we go along, there are a lot of European Union promotion and to identify these areas which are key priority areas, and they are funding a lot of institutions together to eliminate or to provide solution. And it is not just in one part of the world these issues occur. These are also the key issues in the developed economies. So a new plan for the Europeans, Europe sustainability, prosperity, and the competitiveness, making business easier to foster economic growth, and to support EU's competitive industries and creating quality jobs, developing a circular and resilient economy that puts research and innovation at its heart and accelerates investment, tackling the skills and the labor gap, and leading the digital technology innovation. This is a big issue in the European markets these days. about the skilled manforce, and to educate the previous workforce and to come up with certain programs which really help them and upskill their current and the future workforce. So we as business institutions definitely have a huge scope here to see that how we can really make a difference. And we being into all of us, like Dr. Tufail, Rushford Business School, James Lind Institution, EU Global Business School, into online education as well and to distance education as well. So somewhere we all need to think about that how we can scale. Scalability in education is the major issue that we all are doing, but what if we keep doing something within our niche, then how do we reach that scale and impact thousands and thousands of lives, which are to be, for instance, India. There's huge scope. There are so many people in the small towns, in the villages, who needs to be empowered and are educated as well. The second area for the European Union key priority areas is the European defense and security. And I'm sure that this is not only for EU, but also for the rest of the world. Then supporting people, strengthening our societies and our social model. Sustaining and improving the quality of life we enjoy today by promoting social fairness in the modern economy, strengthening solidarity among citizens, by reuniting our societies. We are looking at the international politics and the international tensions these days, and what we need is more peaceful societies. Sustaining our quality of life, food security, water, and nature. A few parts of the world are really, really struggling with these. Imagine the air quality index in a few countries. It is very hard to even breathe there. Water scarcity. So building a competitive and the resilient agriculture and the food system, safeguarding biodiversity to support our farmers and safeguard our healthy food is one of the key priority areas which have been defined. Protecting our democracy, upholding our values, and leveraging our power and partnerships. As delivering together and preparing our union for the future. Now, we were preparing for one of the EU funding project, and a very beautiful thing that they have done is to prepare a consortium of the several institutions with different nature of formation of the business. So the consortium required an education partner, a vocational education partner, a few companies related to the agenda, the international partners, and the SMEs. Now, when we are researching, and this was evident in the previous messages as well, that how relevant the collaboration is, it is highly important that whatever we are doing for making an impact, because we have limited time. And the world is not there to, sit back with us to really read what we are doing in our silos. So it's very important to collaborate, to bring in the industry perspective together, to widen and broaden our own perspective, and then to really, really ensure that whatever we are saying is adequately disseminated. And if possible, the recommendations goes to the stakeholders for the application. So just not spend your time for writing, but just try to solve and disseminate that information to the relevant stakeholders. I will end my message today here. And I would like to again congratulate the entire team for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful address. Your dedication to quality education and academic innovation is truly inspiring. and we appreciate your valuable contributions to this conference. We are honored to welcome our chief guest, Professor Dr. O.P. Bora, who is a distinguished academic and expert in finance, economics, and public policy. With a remarkable career spanning leading universities in the UAE and India, he has also collaborated with Cambridge, Oxford, and LSE on influential research. A recipient of multiple prestigious awards, he has contributed significantly to public finance, fiscal decentralization, and corporate social responsibility. It is a privilege to have him with us today. Please welcome Professor Dr. O.P. Bora on stage.
Morning. Assalamu alaikum. As Dr. Anuj said, we said learn Habibi and all that. So all are my Habibi over there. So let me express my deep gratitude to Dr. Nishu. We met in our institute in Delhi, and she discussed so many aspects, and then she said that we are having conference and please join the conference. I said, of course, I'll come and join over there. So I'm thankful to Dr. Nishu, Dr. Sudhindra, MAHE. I mean, I just wonder, I move around entire UAE, you know, in Abu Dhabi, in Align, in Sharjah, Dubai, Wollongong, IMT, all the places, you know. As and when they requested, I did go there. How I missed MAHE, I don't know. But now Dr. Sudhindra said that, yes, it's not missed the MAHE, but you should be here. Anyway, let us start with that wonderful thing Dr. Anuj was saying, that now all papers you find in the ChatGPT. What to do now? My student said that everything available, do the research. What kind of research? It's there. So it's a big challenge for the student, for the researcher, what kind of research to be done. You just Google through, everything's available over there. Any kind of thing in the finance, education, health, anything is there, it's there. Thing is that now, as we discussed, now we have to do some kind of survey. If you do the survey, if I had done the survey of UAE, other people are not done over there. So do the survey and you get primary data out there. And you do the research, perhaps you get some kind of good result of that primary survey, which is not done by others because it's not in the ChatGPT, it's not in the Google over there. I did my survey, I did my research, which is not there, right? Then this is my contribution to research, but other thing, everything is available in the thanks to Google and OpenAI and ChatGPT is there. The second important aspect I just want to share what Dr. Nishu was saying over there before I touch upon that. It's a collaboration. One professor from AU, he discussed about resource sharing. The concept is there, resource sharing. One organized resources, it's lying over there, it's used for 2 hours, but it can be used by others also. So concept is collaboration, and Dr. Nishu is exploring that concept of collaboration and organizing this kind of conference, which is very, very useful in today's research, academic, and government policy maker. So it's a collaboration, and resource sharing is also most important aspect. She gave one story, Dr. Nishu, about rock and all that. I thought I should not give, but there's less of time. So what you started digital technology, it's a good or bad? I think it's a good, I hope, because what happened, I was, in Delhi, I was crossing through that some plaza, and that fellow, I said, give me receipt of the, toll. He said, no, you don't know that. We are digitized. I said, I know that. No, everything digital. It's in your mobile latest come the receipt. Wonderful. So what happened over there? First pillar, which is of digital technology in the public administration, what is mentioned about that? Over the years, it has changed. Now, if you go that everywhere, e-governance is there and e-portal is there. I want to renew my license in India. They say, no, go online and you can get it done. You don't have to go anywhere over there. And you don't have to pay any kickbacks to the agent over there. So what happened over there? If you have injected this technology in the public administration, which earlier it has so many, aspects taking a long time, slow and money, all sort of things. But now it's not there. You can get it done over there. So use of digital technology in the public ad, it creates a confidence between the government and the public. Efficient delivery takes place. Today you apply, and after 2 days you get answer for that. This country, thanks perhaps people are not aware. You can get your company registered in 3 days, which India takes earlier, maybe a week or few months, and now maybe some little less time. But this e-governance, e-portal, now we have everything done on the e-portal over there. So that's very important aspect of digital technology in the public administration. Second aspect is about engineering application. Which is second pillar of the progress of society, engineering application. It's a backbone of any country, it's a backbone of the growth of the economic growth in a country over there. So they play very important roles in the industry, academia, and governments. They can collaborate, they can foster, that lead to the growth of the economy in a country, and that's most important aspect, which is your second pillar, what she selected over there. Third is about environment. What I feel is most important aspect, environment. I tell you, 2 days before I was in Delhi, and 5 o'clock in the morning, I was preparing to come to Dubai, and I found my bottles lying over there, shaking over there. It's a big earthquake in Delhi. It happens on 17th morning, 5:36 in the morning, and I was getting ready for this one. Yes. So what happened? If you go back, what happened? All those things happening is the climate change, environment, it's all interlinked over there. What we have done over there, something wrong. What we are, doing over there, something wrong. I'll give you two most important example, in this part of the world and India also like that. I don't know, anyone who's go to Sharjah, I used to go to Sharjah. I taught there. Right side, before entering Sharjah, heap of garbage is there. What is this? Who is responsible for that? All individual responsible. So this environment is not a government, it's a collective responsibility of individual, government, and all research, everything. It's a collective responsibility. So how best we can do the environment, how best we can help the environment. When I was teaching some of the students, they get me very good paper on that, and they say that future city Masdar. Now, if you heard in Abu Dhabi, they say Masdar future city over there. They not use any kind of AC and all that, all based on architect, how best they use over there. If you have Masdar city, they've taken care of environment over there. No, all pollution, no carbon emission, nothing like that. So if you have such kind of example, it's very important. Across the globe, across the other part of the world, we should see that how best we can use environment, and it's a collective responsibility. It's not individual, it's not government over there. And the fourth aspect, which we are discussing, our other speakers also mentioned about that. Before 3 years, 2019, for example, after that, we didn't know it's online, things are going over there, and what is the online and what things are there. This concept goes with the education, healthcare. What happened there? Before COVID-19, no online things were there. We were not knowing anything going online, little bit, not much. But COVID-19, which is concept, which is a problem, it created and it helped us how best we can use the resources now online. Now in the school, right from children, first to go up to the masters, all are online. I taught online classes. I did exam online over there. I published my grade online. It's all online happened. So this is a very important concept. After we have had bad things about COVID-19 over there, but good things now, everything online, we can listen to great speaker by sitting over here. I can talk to the people. So this concept is very important. The introduction of digital technology in that is the most important aspect over there, which goes with the healthcare as well. I mean, earlier people were not much worried about the healthcare. It's okay, it goes like that. But after COVID-19, people are more worried about healthcare aspect. So all these 5 pillars, what she mentioned, what conference we are discussing, I think this conference will give big highlight on each concept, and we get some kind of conclusion. Not ChatGPT, research paper, but real research paper. They'll give some insight how best we can resolve these issues are there. And these are 5 pillars which is very important for the society to progress further. With that, I just say thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Nishu, and thanks all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. Your expertise and contributions to finance, economics, and public policy are truly inspiring, and we appreciate your time and valuable insights today. Now, we are honored to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Akram Khazi, CEO of RAS Infotech Limited. With nearly 3 decades of experience, Mr. Khazi is a visionary leader in cybersecurity, driving innovation and market expansion across the Middle East and South Asia. His expertise in strategic leadership, service innovation, and cybersecurity advocacy has positioned him as a trusted advisor in the industry. His ability to anticipate trends and transform challenges into opportunities makes him a true pioneer in his field. So we are privileged to have you with us today. I now invite Mr. Akram Khazi to take the stage and share his insights with us.
Thanks so much for introduction. Thank you, Manipal and Confab 360 for giving this opportunity for me to come. Being part of this is a great privilege. I thought I'll just take a few minutes and try to do a basic presentation and explain to you where the markets are heading to. With all these researches which you are doing, and it's an exceptional job. On cybersecurity world, things are evolving as we are looking at next steps into 21st century, wherein AI, ML, and IoT are connected, and we are looking at next steps here. I just thought I'll take a few slides and explain to you about what's happening globally in terms of industrial revolutions. I think most of you might have, as we are heading into 21st century, we are looking at cybersecurity getting evolved. So is the threat. Now, threat vector, which was limited in year 2000 to just emails, today has reached in terms of your mobile, your wireless, you're looking at threat vectors growing. And so does, those applications which you are building have various different threat vectors. Now, imagine if you have a new application developed. Now, when you have a new application developed, you go through the cycle of assessing that solution before it goes to production. And the next steps are to actually look at putting those controls which are required in terms of identifying those concerns on your codes, and then making sure that you do a vulnerability assessment to make sure that application doesn't have any vulnerability, and then you look at next steps. I've taken this theme, Man and Mission Industry 5.0. In the approach today, technology cannot replace a human. Let's make it very clear. Technology is there to enhance and make sure that you have in each sector the efficiency which is required to provide such services. Now, hence, I would like to take a few slides and explain to you as to how we have seen the industrial revolution. Now, I think you can see the slide on either sides. Now, if you're looking at 1780s, when the first industrial revolution came in, the economy, which was actually only limited to agriculture, went into industry. So we saw mass production in terms of using steam and water. That was the first industrial revolution which we saw. Exactly after 100 years, we saw the second industrial revolution, wherein we saw invention of electricity. So most of the industries got electricity. So you saw mass production. Hence, it enhanced, big industries worldwide. Then you saw Industry Revolution 3.0. This was again 100 years later. In 1969, 1970s, when we saw electronics as well as nuclear power helping a big industrial revolution, we saw aspects of automation to some extent. Now, in the whole go, we saw CNC machines, we saw a variety of machines which replaced hands, but it did not replace human. It helped human making sure that those aspects of building new equipments, etc., were were enhancing the production rather than cutting down the human himself. Now, exactly in last 25 years, we saw a new industrial revolution with invent of internet. So here is where we can see all the topics which you have here of digitalization came into picture. Today, governments can interact with you. You have services on government delivered to you on your fingerprints, on your internet. Now, this is something which has changed in last 25 years. Now, it did not take another 100 years to get another industrial revolution. We call it as Industry 5.0, which actually we are into, wherein using AI, ML, as well as IoT, we are connected. Now, each sector, whether it is healthcare, utilities, etc., they're all using IoTs, machine learning, AI. Hence, we are into Industrial Revolution 5.0, I could say. As we look at modernization, every industry is looking at enhancing and integrating IT with operational technologies, IT and OT getting merged, wherein you could actually see at every stage of production, what is the input going on, what kind of raw materials we are utilizing. And at every stage, we can actually measure how much output we need, whether we need to increase that output or limit to that in every industry. Now, having got into OT modernization, we see primarily threats as well. Now, I've taken three small examples here. On the right-hand side, you can see these threats actually start on IT. I've taken three examples. I don't know whether you can see on the screen on the left-hand side. I've taken examples of a ransomware, a phishing, and a malware. Ransomware, generally it starts with IT, wherein it can infect few IT systems, wherein maybe it encrypts the files. But just imagine when they move to OT, operational technology, wherein you're running machineries, they can actually stop your industrial production system. Similarly, if you're looking at a phishing email, which has actually come onto your endpoint, when you open it, and maybe you fall prey to that particular hacker, when you click on that link, maybe you download some tool with some malware. This malware can actually cripple, it can start doing a lateral movement, identifying some vulnerabilities, trying to exploit that. Imagine if it reaches the OT environment. It can stop your industry. This is exactly what happened with few of the hospitals in UK. I think you heard about NHS having a ransomware attack. The entire hospital network was down. And when the hospital network was down, there were many surgeries which were delayed. Same thing happened with airlines. Many airports had cyber attacks with which we saw many airlines delayed, and this kept on going on. Now, if you're looking at the same threats which I showed you on IT, when they spread to OT, this is what would happen. Let's take some real-time, real-world examples. 15 years back, there was this particular attack, which is called, sorry, I'm just taking the wrong slide here. Yeah, this particular attack, which started with the help of one USB, which was infiltrated in a nuclear plant in Iran. This USB infected almost every computer in the environment, and it actually targeted a specific program, which was a Siemens operating system, which was managing centrifuges of a nuclear reactor. So this particular program, when the USB was inserted and got infected, it actually delayed the, it increased the RPM of those centrifuges to that extent that it could have become a kind of a mini nuclear bomb. So I'm just trying to give you an example that a threat which can come on OT side, you can have this kind of concerns wherein an industry can be crippled. Having said that, as I've seen that majority of companies are looking at converging IT with OT, with this modernization, we could see the hacker who was actually accessing the IT network now can crawl in and actually try to exploit even the OT environment, and with which you can have loss of production and lose out the control of industrial control system to a hacker. Furthermore, as every organization today is regulated, they can also have regulatory fines and they can have reputational damage as well. As I've seen today that, I was looking at the document which was there right in front of me. I saw so many papers being presented. One thing I thought, most of these applications which you are developing, as we speak today in the 21st century, in year 2025, the number one threat vector which we are seeing is web application security threat. Most of these web application threats are increasing because there are flaws, because humans are developing it. Of course, they're using APIs and chat GPTs and other AI technologies with them. But the fundamental concerns are there are loopholes which development teams forget to assess them or do not follow the SDLC processes of ensuring that cybersecurity assessment is done on every stage. And if you're looking at the next slide, you can see we have an open web application security program. I think most of you may know about this. It is a non-profit organization which actually produces results as to what are the top 10 threats every 5 years. Now, this is the latest one wherein they have said, cross-scripting vulnerability or SQL injection vulnerability or various different vulnerabilities which are there in web applications are potential threat for your web. So hence, when you develop applications, you need to do something called as static application security testing. Static application security testing is where you check the source codes. You get to know each line of source code and find out what is the flaw in it and take examples. I've taken an example of one of the companies called Sparrow in there. They have this approach wherein the repository of your application, it could be on GitHub, GitHub or GitLabs, etc. Or it could be on your desktop. When you upload that application, you check every line of code and find what is the fault in it before it is being published online. Now, when we do that, these tools, you also have very many open source free tools to do that. When you have an application developed, check with the static application security testing, we also call it as source code review. Identify which line of code could be a potential threat. Check the examples. It actually gives you an example saying that this particular line of code had, maybe a loop built in on it. Maybe you need to change this and have it in this way. There are many programs. So when you develop your own application, make sure that you have a source code review done. Choose, there are open source tools, or you can go through one of the online tools which are available for you. Download them, test them out, make sure that your application has no flaws in terms of source codes. Once you do a source code review, it's not sufficient. You need to do a vulnerability scan. We also call as DAST, Dynamic Application Security Testing. Static application security testing is all about checking each line of code for quality tests as well as for security assessment. Maybe the program language today is okay. Maybe after a few years, it can be a potential threat. Maybe it's a flaw wherein it can be exploited. So with your SDLC program, following the SDLC, you would make sure that at every stage you assess, and the stage when you go to production, before going to production, you do something called as DAST, which is also called as vulnerability assessment, where you identify all those vulnerabilities and get remediation guidelines as to how to find those vulnerabilities. What are the concerns with those vulnerabilities? What can it exploit and how you can remediate it? This is what you can again get through many open source web application security assessment tools. We call it as DAST, which is also known as vulnerability management. Now, why I'm talking about this aspect is in any go, when you are deploying an application, it could be any of these industries which you are talking. Every industry today, whether it's healthcare, in UAE, we have ADHICS, which is Abu Dhabi Health Authorities, Information Security Guidelines, or for that matter, you have NASA, which is National Electronic Security Audit approach for all the government departments. And so is with financial organization, we have PCI, which is payment card industry. Every regulatory authority states that when you have an application, you need to assess it both before it is going to production, post going to production, you need to have vulnerability assessment done. So I want to actually share this slide to you, wherein it can actually showcase when you do a vulnerability assessment to find out which URL has what vulnerability and how to fix it. So this is what you can achieve with any open source vulnerability tools. And last but not least, when you have effective controls, you can prevent attacks. I thank all of you to doing a golden job in terms of writing, doing research, writing papers. I thank Manipal Academy to give this platform for people like you to actually bring out your research programs. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity, ma'am, and sir, for allowing me to present about my
question.
Yeah.
So as the OT security threat is growing, okay, what we have seen, the critical changes in OT environment is coming, which is out of private 5G. Second is the framework, which is body model, whether it is strictly followed or not. And the third aspect is that the east-west traffic management, which is more between the devices, which is not discoverable. So how exactly you are implementing ML algorithm to detect the OT, okay, components and endpoints and apply the kind of AI algorithm to manage the security?
Good question. So I want to again rephrase his question. When you're using ML for that matter within an industry, if there is an east-west traffic, which is an internal traffic between two endpoints, how do we detect, how do we prevent such attacks? See, most of the organizations do today something called as segmentation. We also use a technology called as network access control. With network access control, we can actually do segmentation and micro-segmentation and ensure if there is a lateral movement and if there is an attack between two endpoints, those endpoints can be detected and you can actually isolate such attacks. Now, if you have a machine learning program, if somebody tries to actually amend it, and if say, for example, in any industry, why you're using ML is because you are ensuring a repetitive task is done with much efficient approach and not that human does a mistake sometimes doing the same activity. So if you have ML in any industry, you can make sure that the efficiency is there. And in the whole go, if there are programs which are impacted or corrected, you have technologies like ADRs to actually check them and prevent such attacks. So this is all about it. Any other questions we have in cybersecurity? I'm sorry, I'm not a good speaker. I thought I'll just take this time, share a few slides with you guys. If you have any other questions on cybersecurity side, please welcome. Yeah. Good question you asked. So what you're trying to ask is, when you have a Tuesday patch, right? Every Tuesday you have Microsoft having a patch, or there could be a third-party patch. There are sometimes a zero-day patch. I think last week we have a vulnerability which still doesn't have a patch being announced by the vendor. How do we handle such threats? If we know that there is a particular vulnerability and the vendor is not released, so that we call it as a zero-day patch. Generally, there are 2-3 approaches to handle it. In terms of best practices, we know what is that vulnerability and try to ensure that in your Windows firewalls, if you are using endpoint, make sure that that specific port has been, you put controls saying that block such ports. And if there is an exploit coming from there, you can block them. This is one approach. Second approach, of course, you can't do anything if you have a very large environment wherein you have endpoints. This is where, again, technology like network access control can add big value. What it'll do is it'll try to put, it's like having multiple firewalls for you. It's not just limiting to one perimeter firewall. That is not sufficient. You need to have segmentation. And when you see a behavior, what is a vulnerability on an endpoint would do? If you have that vulnerability, somebody might try to exploit it. If you have an open door to the external world, or if it is limited to within the network, and if there is only that exploit happening on that vulnerability, you may get impacted. Now, to prevent that, you can put, you can ensure that you have the Windows firewall having that specific port being monitored. That's all you can do. Yeah. Any other questions we have? Yeah. See, if it is a web-based application within your environment, and if you know that there is a vulnerability, imagine it's an ERP which is deployed. There is a vulnerability which is known, and you have an exception management within the organization saying that maybe it takes 3 weeks or 4 weeks for you to update that particular patch. In the whole go, what you can do is you can write a virtual patch on your web application firewall. If you're using a web application, definitely you need to have a web application firewall. You can write a virtual patch saying that if this particular application vulnerability is there, which can be exploited, we will write a virtual patch, making sure that that vulnerability cannot be exploited. Yeah. If you're using an open source component in any of your applications, API from GitHub or wherever you get, you are supposed to have a declaration. We also call it SBOM, Software Bill of Material. That has to be declared. This is a requirement from the, if you are selling in US to any application. So you need to declare that these are the open source web applications we are using and how secure they are. Of course, you need to do an API assessment. If you have multiple APIs used, which are open sources, you need to check the vulnerability assessment of each of them. So how do you do that? You use, I think most of the programmers may know, there's something called as Postman, wherein you have details about all the APIs. When you do an assessment of most of the APIs do post and get information, right? So you need to assess whether a business logic part, whether your APIs can pose any potential threat. If not, you can go to production. Otherwise, if you have certain vulnerabilities, you need to make sure that, many open sources are very good. And it's not that they're not. But in the whole go, before they are utilized, you should make sure that they are tested properly. Now, whenever you have a source code where you are using multiple applications and you're using APIs, it is bound on you to make sure that you understand whether you are using those APIs, because 9 out of 10 times when we are developing an application and we are going on production, we forget to remove certain APIs or rogue API calls, which we are doing from the applications. We need to assess that. We also call it as SCA, Software Composition Analysis. We need to do that analysis and create a SBOM, which is Software Bill of Material, and publish it when we are, as a documentation to the customers or to our, if you are making an application which is public. So I hope I have answered this question.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your insights with us. We truly appreciate your time and valuable contribution. I would now like to invite Dr. Sudhindra Shamanna, Dr. Anuj Kumar, and Dr. Nishu to join us on stage to felicitate Mr. Akram Khazi. So can we please have you on stage? With that, we now move on to the keynote addresses, where we will hear from our distinguished experts in the field. We are honored to have the following esteemed speakers joining us today. To begin with, Professor Dr. Abhay Anand Tiwari from Fore School of Management, Delhi, who is a distinguished academic with a PhD in organizational behavior from the University of Delhi. With over 21 years of experience, he has shaped leadership development, public policy, and leadership studies. My apologies. He has shaped leadership development, public policy, and mental health while holding senior roles as dean and director at top institutions. His work on public policy and leadership studies has influenced both academia and industry, and he's a strong advocate for sustainable development goals. With that, I invite Professor Dr. Abhay Anand Tiwari to the stage for his keynote address.
Good morning to all of you. One thing I have seen that when in technology, first of a very good presentation. When Dr. Akram was talking about threats, there were a lot of questions. But when we were talking about the utility and usefulness of technology, there was hardly any question. It's been, this is there. When technology is there, so we see that, yes, there is a threat. Sometimes you feel that we are surrounded by technology. And as a human, we try to understand, because we are already surrounded by so many people and human and relationships and many aspects. So if there's another thing which is so strong, this technology is so strong, it is almost impacting and influencing each and every aspect of our life. And we are surrounded by that. So we have to talk about it. There is a threat, there is a utility, there is a very good use. We can change the lives of human in both ways, positive and negative. There are people who are, and at the same time, you need expertise. And there are people who are very expert in changing the life of humans in negative way. Maybe they may be better than the people who are changing the lives in a positive way. They're more successful. So this technology certainly is a very important aspect, and whether it is environment, whether it is healthcare, whether it is public administration, in every sense, technology is there. In human behavior, in 70s, they started talking about cybernetic model of behavior. Cybernetic model of behavior, where they say that we as a human, we should be developed as a piece of thing where we could understand, where we could have our own feedback. Set the AC at 20 degrees Celsius, AC would stop after reaching that temperature. Automatic climate control and all, lot of things we say about it. Do we have the similar, can we develop the similar behavior in human being, similar maturity in human being, where they would know about the feedback mechanism? As a human behavior, we develop where we know how well I'm looking. So I know I don't need to ask anyone. When you wear something and getting ready for some event, first thing you ask after getting ready that how well I am looking. This color is going and these things are going. So that's feedback. As a human behavior, as a human, we always look for that feedback. That's the aspect. Then how technology is helping us. In many cases, technology giving us feedback. I'm some of my quite younger one, they say that there is some app there where you can check that how good you are looking, I think. So means that your color of your face, overall, what is the percentage and everything. So they're what? They're giving the feedback to you. So this aspect of technology is there, and it has to be there, and it is improving a lot. There's an innovation at every day. So every day there a new thing which is coming up. So but at the same time, one thing I would say here, that still we call that artificial intelligence. Still we call that AI. We are not calling it that we have intelligence machine. We have artificial intelligence. As a human being, we all know that human being, they think in a little, they make decisions based on heuristics. Suppose I have never been in Dubai, and I can see that car is coming, and I can see the change I live in Delhi. So I can within few minutes, I got to know that the behavior of drivers are very different from the place I'm coming from. So I don't need to set an algorithm thing in my system so that I can take decisions. So machines, whatever machines are there, we are putting the algorithm. A lot of experts would say, no, we are almost reaching to a level where we would have the heuristic model of taking decisions by machines. Almost impossible. There's a driverless car. No one is driving, and they are taking the cues from the environment and taking the decision. But still, you have to put up those data in that machine. That's why it is artificial intelligence. But certainly, with the invent of a better computer systems and the supercomputers, with a lot of data can be encoded in the system, a lot of input is there. So that's why machines started almost coming closer to human. Because in terms of particularly the decision making. So yes, it is very important. Machines are important. Artificial intelligence is important. Machine learning is important. And basically, these tools, these things are helping our ecosystem in a very great way. Like if I would take the Sustainable Development Goals, I want to, there's a lot of things that the climate control and the environment and the industry and infrastructure. There are a lot of aspects, a lot of sustainable development goals are there. And those can be really handled very well by the machine. We are using artificial intelligence, we can gather a lot of information and we can be predictive. With the help of artificial intelligence, one thing that is really coming up is we can be predictive. You've reached Dubai, so you started getting a lot of information about what is good in Dubai. So we can be predictive. So and faster. The reach is very there's no limit of the reach of a machine. So in that way, they are really helping us in every aspect, and in particularly if I just link it with public administration and the sustainable development goals, it is really impacting a lot. Like we have with Internet of Things, we can really do a lot of energy management. The efficiency of machines and energy would increase. With the help of blockchain technology, we can find out that where this system is going. The traceability is much higher with the use of those. So there are a lot of, like with e-commerce, automobiles has become the part of our life. It's all that we would be depending lesser and lesser on the infrastructure. So all these things are there with these machines, and with that, the lesser carbon footprint emission is there. Certainly, machines can help a lot in those. Almost there will be no paper. Earlier, if you see a lot of government office, a lot of papers are there. What are paper? Papers are basically one of the enemy of environment. You have to you cut it from the tree, cut the tree, and then you make, and then you throw it. So it's creating havoc in the system. And just that simple thing can be controlled by the use of machine. So certainly these machines, these technology can help a lot to set the systems like public administration and all these 5 factors and 4 factors. We are discussing it. But at the same time, what Dr. Akram said, that we have to be very careful about using those machines. There has to be put in a lot of systems, a lot of control systems. And with the help of those, we can use this machine primarily and more for the benefit of human being, rather than making human lives more risky and there are more threats. And certainly business schools can do a lot about it. In business school, we can start, already the courses are being started where we are talking about the artificial, even a 5-year, 6-year, 7-year boy is talking about Chat GPT. So certainly the system is there. These things are there in our ecosystem. And so business school can play a very, very important role where they can produce future leaders who understand the environment, who understand that they have to protect the environment, and technology can be a great friend for them. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. We truly appreciate your time and expertise in sharing your valuable perspectives with us today. Unfortunately, due to technical difficulties, Professor Joe Houghton was unable to join today. Up next, we have Dr. Miguel Sahagun from High Point University, USA, a distinguished academic and industry expert. Dr. Sahagun is the Charles T. Ingram Associate Professor of Marketing at HPU. With experience in the furniture and automotive industries, he has contributed extensively to marketing, neuromarketing, and business strategy. A frequent speaker at international conferences, his research continues to shape modern business practices. Joining us online, we now welcome Dr. Miguel Sahagun.
Okay, this is my presentation. Again, thank you for the invitation to this event. Okay, I would like to share some research that we perform, and we use a case study in order to do this research. And this research was in neuromarketing, and basically what we're gonna be exposed in these next 10 or 15 minutes, I'm gonna show you how with the use of technology, we can go and dig deeper and find out how consumers behave in a more thorough way, because we will be able to capture unconscious behavior once we apply some of these neuromarketing techniques. Okay, so let me just control this. I'm gonna put it in a presentation mode. I think that is how it is. And now let me just switch. Yep. Okay, so now I can see that it's working. Well, our research gap basically focuses on the exploration of how price and product materials, and also the web pages, searching and surfing in the web pages, and also the different type of Google searches that are utilized by people when they look for products, how these evoke unconscious emotional responses, capture visual attention, and influence engagement among consumers. But the most important element over here is this word that it's basically unconscious, because in this specific situation, we will not rely on self-reflected measures. Okay, we had 3 research objectives, okay? Those 3 research objectives, one of it was to explore how the price and product materials, web pages, and everything was going to be evoking emotional responses. Another one was how these elements were going to be able to capture visual attention. And the last objective is how the different elements that companies utilize in order to build their web pages and Google searches, okay, the SEOs that they utilize, how that influence the participant engagement when they are browsing. So we aligned those 3 research objectives with 3 research questions, and the research questions basically align with each one of the previous research objectives that I mentioned. So now, in order to make you a little bit more aware of what the neuromarketing is, okay? Neuromarketing utilizes different techniques and the use of technology in order to have access to the unconscious mind of consumers. So in a sense, in that way, consumers would not be able to lie to you, because you are not going to be relying on self-reflected measures. You are going to be monitoring and witnessing exactly the emotions, thoughts, feelings, and desires that are going to be expressed unconsciously through all the participants that you analyze. And for this particular study, we ended up using 3 neuromarketing techniques. One of it is the GSR, or galvanic skin response. This technique will allow us to measure emotional arousal, okay? And we also use facial expression analysis. And this technique would allow us to identify if the feeling that that particular participant was sensing was positive, negative, or neutral. And we, throughout the entire time, we were able to monitor the eyes in order to pay close attention and for how long they were looking at some of the images or some of the elements that were included in the web page. Okay, so now jumping also a little bit on the emotional responses. Okay, what are emotions? Emotions, based on previous research that has been performed, can be defined as a multifaceted phenomena that consists on behavioral reactions, expressive reactions, psychological reactions, and also subjective feelings, okay? So this makes emotions highly complex, and that's why once companies are able to identify correctly those emotions, they can better align the products and their marketing strategies with the particular segment that they are trying to. Talking a little bit about visual attention and why visual attention is important, it's because visual attention plays a key role in object recognition, and also the attention, it's a selective process that allows us to gather relevant information that it's going to be guiding our future behavior, okay? So in a sense, if we want to know if we're going to be able to trigger those actions among the people that we want to appeal to, then this will be a very good way to identify if we're going to be effective or not. And then some of the reasons why engagement is important, it's because engagement refers to the state of being emotionally involved, committed, enthusiastic, focused, and dedicated. And it has been shown already that engagement increases satisfaction, then enhances motivation to act. And in that way, we can start kind of like triggering the emotions that we are hoping to generate among those participants so they can start acting accordingly to what we need as companies. So what was the research design that we use in these quasi experiments that we ended up performing? In order to answer to the 3 research questions that we had, we performed 5 separate studies, okay? And the data collection consisted in 2 different phases. During phase 1, we performed 5 different focus group sessions, and these focus group sessions ended up helping us to develop the marketing stimuli that we were going to be presenting in phase 2. Then in phase 2, we had 5 quasi experiments, and where each one of the participants were exposed to one specific marketing stimuli, and we were able to monitor through the use of the 3 techniques, neuromarketing techniques that I previously mentioned, GSR, facial expression analysis, and eye tracking, in order to monitor all the reactions. So that's why I mentioned over here that during these experiments, participants' visual focus, facial expressions, and galvanic skin responses, or GSR, were monitored to measure the subconscious psychological reactions that were happening among each one of the participants, okay? So how did we follow the protocol of these experiments? Each participant visited the laboratory only once to complete a quasi experiment that lasted anywhere between 10 to 15 minutes, okay? And the process that we follow in the lab was as follows, okay? First, we ended up doing all the setup for the GSR equipment. Then we invite the participant to have a sitting in the main station. And then we started calibrating all the pieces of equipment to make sure that it was capable of capturing that individual. And then after that, the quasi experiment was executed, okay, or was performed. How did we recruit the participants? Okay, so participants were recruited using a non-random convenience sampling approach, okay, and all participation was voluntary. For the focus group, we used 44 participants, and for the different experiments, we use a total of 27 participants, okay? And something important that I would like to mention is that we use a participant separation. Basically, that means that we did not allow participants of the focus groups to be taking place in the quasi-experiment. And also, if one specific participant was already participating in one focus group, they were not allowed to participate in the other four focus groups. And at the same time, once they participated in one quasi-experiment, they were not allowed to participate in any other experiments. That was in order to avoid any type of bias of being exposed to one specific situation, okay? So what are the results? This is something very important that we ended up finding, okay? So in regards to the emotional responses and the visual attention to product attributes, okay, majority of the participants ended up identifying certain products that they were exposed to that were not necessarily made out of natural materials. For instance, in this case, I am indicating over here that participants identify the faux bowl root dining table with a glass top and the rotating sculptures as the most appealing pieces, okay? Then, in contrast, the use of authentic materials also shifted the participants' focus to the product's designs rather than its price. If we can see over here, this is a heat map, and we can see that this product, it's a faux material product, and that's why majority of the attention of the participants was taking a look at the price, okay? When they were exposed to products that they were made out of natural materials, that was not the case. Majority of the focus was in the product itself. Continued with the results that can be presented over here. So we are showing you two different heat maps. This one, it's representing a real product, okay, or a product made out of real materials, and this, it's a similar product made out of faux material, okay? So as you can see over here, or in the heat map that is representing real material, majority of the attention happened in the product design, whereas in the other one, majority of the attention happened either in the price or in the description of that particular product. Then when we started monitoring also, or when we focus on the emotional responses and also the visual attention, we ended up detecting some peaks, arousal, GSR peaks, that they were most frequently observed when participants focus on product prices, okay? So that basically tells us that price was an important part of, or a very important element for the participants, okay? And it happens to be that products made from faux materials exhibited the highest GSR peaks, okay? And predominantly when participants were viewing the prices. So probably they couldn't believe that how come the product, the faux product price was very similar to the natural product price. That is the explanation that we ended up coming up with, okay, for that. Then this slide over here presents you a couple of different color palettes and different products that were the ones that attracted majority of the attention of the people. So what are the products that received the highest visual attention? The frame wood decor, which is this one, and also the amethyst sculpture, which is this one, okay? And the explanation for that It's because this particular product, its appeal might stem from its natural texture material that evokes a sense of warmth and connection to nature. Whereas the other one, the amethyst, its unique form and vibrant coloration, which naturally draws the eye. Amethyst, which is a rich purple product, okay, have stood due to the associations of luxury and mistake. So some of the reasons of why the color palettes ended up attracting the attention of the participants, we can clearly see that beige, cream, and brown tones, usually these are associated with warm, earthy colors, and the participants often associate these will come and being more comfort or being exposed to a little bit more comfort, which basically explains why they were attracted to these products that show those colors. Whereas the other color palette, black and silver, okay, these tones likely capture the attention due to the sleek of modern aesthetics, which basically provides a sense of power and sophistication. Okay, then when we started focusing on the emotional engagement with digital interfaces, when they were free browsing in the web pages, the front page focus, okay, was basically providing very important information. Participants show a strong focus on the front page, okay, and particularly they were paying very close attention to the animal structures and the golden elements that were included in that page. Then another area that ended up capturing a lot of attention from participants as well, it was the gallery page and also the drop-down menu use, okay? Then more results that are associated with the digital interface findings, okay? Half of the participants show GSR peaks while they were engaging in the gallery images. And that basically suggests that the artwork's visual appeal ended up creating a strong emotional response. Then how can we interpret these findings? Okay, well, these findings basically will tell us that we have to pay attention to very important elements in order to optimize the product appearance and price. Okay, since the product appearance and price are top priorities for the participants, marketers and also companies should ensure that the product images are accurate, professional, and that the pricing is prominently displayed. Also, the use of heat maps was very good because that was able to show us what was the visual attention that participants ended up paying or spending majority of the time when they were in that particular page. Okay, so the last element that we were analyzing, it was related with these keywords that were utilized when participants were doing some research. Okay, so we ended up finding out that small phrases with keywords was also important. Okay, instead of utilizing long sentences. We also observed that when participants type into the search bar and how they influence the results provided, that ended up providing very good insights and ended up providing very good results, search results to them. So usually participants who use more specific terms were likely presented with more tailored results or better results based on their search. And conversely, broader searchers ended up offering a wide range of options and potentially requiring more effort to find the desired product that they wanted. So that also tells us that we have to be more specific. And the last part of the analysis ended up consisting on the importance of sharing with the participants or with the audience sustainability actions that those companies are engaging. So there was a very important visual focus on sustainability images, okay, that ended up creating high emotional impact because high levels of arousal were happening when the participants were paying attention to these images where the owners of the company were helping the environment. environment, okay? And that basically ended up emerging a theme, or ended up showing an emerging theme, that it's associated with consumer importance of sustainability. So that it's an important message that we have to communicate to the companies, that nowadays, although they are for-profit companies, it is their responsibility to take care of the environment as well. So now jumping into the conclusions, okay? The conclusions, aligning them with the 3 research questions, these 2 set of conclusions ended up basically addressing the visual attention, okay, and the emotional responses among all the participants. So all these results suggest a preference for furniture incorporating multiple materials, glass, metal, or stone, okay, as these authentic materials drew more visual attention to the design over price. Because if you start focusing on faux material products, probably the main focus, it's going to be in the price. So you have to take into consideration these 2 factors in order to create the best way to present your products. Our results also suggest that appealing color palettes, quality materials, and design styles boost their popularity. Participants' subconscious responses reveal that these attributes increase attention span and elicited positive emotional responses among them, okay? And the last conclusions that basically focuses on the elements that are important for the web page designers, Google searches, that can influence a high level of engagement and better preferences and a potential positive purchasing behavior. Our results suggest that a strategic placement and compelling visuals are key elements that capture that attention and drive emotional engagement during product exploration, okay? Then we already mentioned before that the gallery page drew significant attention, okay? So it is also important that you lie all the information and set up all the information in a very nice and professional way, okay? And my last slide focuses on the limitations of our study. You know that there is no perfect study, so all studies have limitations. This study was digging deeper into the qualitative aspects of it, and that is one of the reasons why our sample size was relatively small, was not random convenient sampling, and that applies or implies some restrictions in regards to the generalizability of the findings to a larger population, okay? Another that could be a limitation, it's associated with the subjectivity, because in this case, the researchers are the ones that are interpreting all the messages and the data that they are obtaining from these neuromarketing techniques. So it could be the case that this interpretation could be influenced, okay, by some of the perspectives that these researchers have, in this case, myself and the people that collaborated with me, okay? So this is the reason why we are suggesting for future research directions to try to expand the sample size and start jumping into a quantitative analysis. So we increase the sample size after we identify what is important, create a different marketing stimuli, and then start crunching all those numbers in order to start making some generalizations of our findings in the population that the participants represent. Thank you so much again. This is my last slide. So I hope that now you can see the importance of neuromarketing and the use of other technology that could enhance the comprehension of consumer behavior.
Thank you, Dr. Sahagun, for your insightful address. Next, we have the address by our esteemed knowledge partner. It is our privilege to invite Mr. Danish NP, patron of this conference, to the stage. With over 15 years of experience in the education industry, Mr. Danish has been instrumental in fostering academic collaborations worldwide. As the founder and director of Global Career Pathway, a leading educational service provider in the Gulf region, He has significantly contributed to higher education and professional development. Additionally, he serves as the program coordinator for RB College UK in the Gulf and the Swiss School of Business and Management in the UAE. Sir, can we please have you on stage?
It is an absolute pleasure to be here for this insightful paper presentation event from fellow researchers across the globe. I would like to express my sincere thank you to Dr. Nishu and Dr. Anuj for having us here as a knowledge partners. While during the speech of Dr. Nishu, she emphasized that the importance of collaboration. This is the only reason that we are standing here as a collaborators, and we wish that we will be having more collaborations in the future as well. And we are Global Career Pathway is one of the leading educational providers in UAE, and we are offering masters and doctorate programs in association with various universities and business schools across the globe. And we are partnering with RB College and Swiss School of Business and Management. And today we are here in Manipal campus, and we are happy that, Manipal is actually a family for us. Over the past 3 years, we are actually associating with Manipal online through Manipal Jaipur and MAHE programs, so their online platforms, online Manipal. So that something happening in Manipal is always happy to associate with Manipal. And I'm not taking much time, we are having enough of speeches today, and the visionary doctor has already delivered much speeches. After that, we are having a panel discussion on AI. The panel speakers are already here. So before concluding that, I would like to express my best wishes to all the participants who are having their papers presentations here. Your papers are supposed to be insightful, and let this moment of learning and growth and achievement for all. Good luck, and make this event a great success. Wish you all the best for all the paper presentations here happening. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful address. We truly appreciate your presence and support as a patron of this conference.
Sorry to come in between, but I have a great news I've just received from Miguel. For our next conference, which we are doing in Spain, we have just received authorization from Stringent. It will be a Scopus-indexed 100%, all goes to Stringent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Up next, we have the vote of thanks, and it is our privilege to invite Dr. Sophia Rahman to the stage. Dr. Sophia is the Program Director of Computer Science and IT at MAHE Dubai, with over 18 years of experience in the academia. A dedicated researcher, she specializes in data mining, e-health, and knowledge management. Her innovative project, Y-Brain, received a grant from Expo 2020, and she has collaborated on a funded research with Flinders University, Australia, which was funded by the Council for Australian Arab Relations. Ma'am, can we please have you on stage?
Thank you, Shreya. Good morning to one and all present here. It's my honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of Manipal Dubai and Confab as we come to the end of the inaugural session. Firstly, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed dignitaries present here. Professor Dr. Tufail Syed from Rushford Business School, Switzerland. Professor Kanika Gupta, President for Global Institute of Innovation and Technology, Malta. Our chief guest for the day, Professor Dr. O.P. Bohra from SRISM Bharat, India. Apologies for that. Guest of honor, Mr. Akram Khazi, who's the CEO for RAS Infotech UAE. Our keynote speakers for the day, we had Professor Dr. Abhay Anand from Fore School of Management, Delhi, India. Professor Joe from the Graduate Business School in Dublin, Ireland, Dr. Miguel, High Point University, USA, Dr. Shahad Ahmed Khan, University of Buraimi in Oman, Mr. Dhanish NP, Global Career Paths, UAE. I would also like to thank the panelists. We have the panel session after the tea break, after the inaugural session. So our panelist for the day, Mr. Munir Al-Wafa, he heads the Al-Wafa Group, UAE. Mr. Naveen Garg, Akwai Technologies, USA. We have Dr. Anna, she's an associate professor at the Syed University in Dubai, UAE. Mr. Senthil, founder and CEO of EdNext UAE. We thank you all for gracing this occasion and for your valuable insights. A special thanks to the organizing committee for putting this together. I also take this opportunity to thank the sponsors and the partners who, without their generous support, this intellectual gathering would not have been possible. A warm thank you to our esteemed delegates, participants and attendees from the academia and industry. Your presence adds immense value to the intellectual discussions and valuable takeaways that we look forward to in the sessions ahead. Last but not the least, I extend my appreciation to the media team, the technical team, and the event coordinators who have worked tirelessly for the seamless execution of this gathering. With this, we officially commence the conference, looking forward to enriching sessions and valuable takeaways. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your kind words and for acknowledging the contributions that made this conference possible. To mark the official commencement of the conference proceedings, we now invite Dr. Sunita, Dr. Anuj, Dr. Nishu, and Dr. S.K. Pandit to the stage for the inaugural ceremony. Thank you to our esteemed guests for inaugurating the conference proceedings. However, I kindly request Dr. Nishu and Dr. Anuj to come back on stage as we proceed with our felicitation ceremony.
Predicted for faculties. With all my due respect, I don't think that this will happen, though even esteemed universities like, for example, Harvard University was introducing robot to teach computer science. And there are, for example, solutions in China when there are virtual assistants helping students to verify the level of knowledge of the language. So keeping that in mind, no, there is no possibility, I think, to replace the faculties. We will be always there because I believe we have something more than just passing the knowledge. I think that our role is not being minimized to that one. I think that we are more into grooming the young generation. And I don't think that grooming with the use of artificial intelligence is very much So very often we forget that apart from passing this knowledge, this grooming, we are as well, for example, supporting their emotional intelligence, the development, paving, being a role model to students. So in this regard, that's why I think that your second part of the question is more valid here. So artificial intelligence will not replace us. We are going to benefit from it, and I'm vouching for it truly. Assuming that all the academicians, we need to have the pillar of teaching, of doing research, and of service. And the day has only 24 hours. And those of you who are coming from the academic background, you know what I'm talking about. We need to teach, we need to grade, and we need to do it in a personalized manner. And the cohorts are growing, and the demand for knowledge is growing. And we cannot clone ourselves. So that's why I think that AI will become the assistant, and it's happening already. And as students are submitting AI-generated assignments, faculties are not only chasing the plagiarism, this is not our role, but we are using it to personalize the feedback. So I think that the AI will rather help us to make work smarter, faster, and in a more efficient manner, that we can focus on what is the driving factor, not only being those that pass the knowledge, focus on grooming, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. So it's a good news for all the teachers that we are not getting replaced, right?
I don't think so.
We are just going to get the goodness of AI, and we're just going to be better at our jobs. Now, I go to Mr. Senthil, where I want to ask the general impact on and the adoption. So here I want to ask you, how is AI transforming the way students are learning, since we are not getting replaced by teachers now, but how are students learning from AI, and what are the most promising AI tools currently used by students where teacher also needs to be aware of it?
Okay, I'd like to also answer this question, and I'd like to answer your question before this also to Dr. Anna. I have an article which is on 2015. It's a first page article about when I launched a humanoid teach assist. It was a project. The first question asked me, you think the teachers will be replaced by AI and humanoids? And so, clearly the implementation of AI, even at that time, I was clearly explain it. At any time, a good teacher cannot be replaced by any AI, because it is more than data. It is more than it's about personal relation, empathy. There's so many things which AI cannot replace it, even though it is getting advanced, but still there is a huge gap. But AI is basically can do a better job to assist the teachers and evaluate it, because it is based on collecting parameters, a continuous collection of parameters and data, which it gives, okay, how is getting better in phonics, how is better. We did that, and it was effective with the students. So it's a data driven more than other personal relations. So definitely it's not going to replace. Coming to what are the effective AI tools currently utilized thing. If you see in the past 2-3 years, so of course everybody now know ChatGPT and thing. Apart from that, okay, so is it implemented properly? That okay, what are the tools now the university implementing thing? Because there are fantastic AI tools like GradeScope, ScribbleSense. But the way these tools can reduce the load for the teachers effectively, because grading and correcting question papers and things is taking a lot of time to the teachers and things. But in order to use these tools effectively into the system, so there'll be a lot of change required in the policies, so that the way we do multiple choice questions and script based answers. So there is a policy changes required to make these tools more effective. So similarly, like if you see Century Tech is another platforms where it can create a personalized pathway according to the student, whether it's an average or gifted or talented. So it can create a pathway. I can say many other tools apart from this grading as well as the Labster, which in Middle East I not seen much use of this AI driven lab management, because currently the hands-on learning is happening only in university labs. But there are now AI-driven simulators are available like Labster, which is one of a very effective AI-based lab tool, which is used by many top universities. It's another effective tool for university to use with it. Yeah.
So that's a good insight to the students that we are still a little behind in using the full potential of AI. Now I come to Mr. Naveen Bhardwaj. After rest teachers and students, we've understood their way of using. I want to ask that can AI effectively assess student performance and provide meaningful feedback if they are being used on both sides by the faculty as well as from the student side? So is AI going to help and support in giving us that entire feedback, or you need human assistance for that?
I'll follow the bandwagon. I'll first answer your first question, and then I will come to the present question. We've set a bad habit here, so let me not, let me not be the odd man out.
Welcome.
So, will AI replace teachers? Let me tell you, AI or not, laziness can replace teachers. Laziness can also replace students. And your lack of will or intent to upskill yourselves will definitely replace you. Today it's AI, tomorrow it's BI, day after tomorrow it's ZI. Does not matter what, right? You're supposed to make sure, just like how I caught onto the bandwagon, either you're ahead of the curve, or when you see that there's a bandwagon going on and that's the right direction, you have to swim the tide in that direction. There are very few fish that swim against the tide. You might be one of them, but what if you're not, right? So practice yourselves to stay ahead of the curve. Everybody is worrying about AI, and it's not just teachers. It's, will AI replace bankers? Will AI replace marketing people? Will AI replace doctors? Will AI replace pilots? You've seen a lot of plane crashes happening off late. Automated flying has always been out there. It's not a new innovation. It's happened a long time ago, but you still haven't seen this becoming realities. Why? Because no matter how fast and advanced the technology landscape is, or what types of new emerging technologies that are coming out there, there is a degree or there is an element of human touch, human emotional intelligence, human finesse that as of at least today cannot be replaced by technology. Now that's a nice way for me to answer your question, which is about the assessment. Right? I think we've all been raised during the times when our teachers sat on hundreds of books and hundreds of pages, and some teachers have also cheated, outsourced it to some of the students. Hey, why don't you just, these questions you can just mark yourselves. I'll come and revision, and then I will give you the marks, right? Things like that can easily be replaced with the power of AI. To just supplement what Senthil was saying. MCQs, why should a human being waste their time? I will go as far as saying waste their time in checking if the student has answered the MCQ correctly or not. 1 in 4 or 1 in 5, whatever it is. System can do that. But where a teacher's role becomes imperative is creativity, emotional element, trying to solve a particular problem or a challenge with novelty that has not been tested so far out there in the world. Because AI is what? Your Gen AI or the chat GPTs or the deep sakes that we're talking about, they're all large language models that have been fed by humans and by technology. So they only know what is already known to the world, right? But there are so many things that are not known to the world. Bulb was not known to the world. Phone was not known to the world. Bottles were not known to the world. Somewhere somebody came up with this idea for the very first time. AI does not know that, right? So that's where the teacher's assessment comes to play. So I think teachers partner with AI. Students partner with AI. Universities and educational institutions partner with AI. Know your respective strengths. And I would say dump all the mundane, nonsensic, time-consuming, irrelevant stuff, or even if it's relevant, but it does not really require your intervention, to technology. And you now start spending your time more meaningfully on assessing, on grooming, on creating, tailored career paths or upskilling paths, etc. There's also another interesting part, right? And then I will pass it on to my fellow colleague here. Not every student is alike, right? Assessment and scoring is not just to say how awesome you are, because if that's the only objective, I'm sorry to say that the entire education system is flawed and all of us need to be flagged. The whole objective is to know what are the strengths and weaknesses of those students and then offer them tailored learning, bespoke learning, which unfortunately is not possible today, because if a teacher is running a class of 30, 40, 60, depending on whatever the KHDA rules are here or in other countries, they simply cannot. It's not humanly possible for them to come up with bespoke plans for all those students. And if you're running a university with 3,000, 5,000, 10,000 odd people, how are you going to curate individual learning experiences? That's where AI comes in, right? You partner again with AI, you start identifying, you see who your weaklings are and what is their weakness. How can you create, this is also happening, by the way, in not just universities, but early school. You see 3, 4-year-old toddlers are now being early detection of issues and then creating a path for them, which might be different to others, but relevant to them, because we are talking about lives. We are talking about shaping humanity. We are talking about solving problems that haven't already been solved. But you simply won't be able to do that if you just apply a one-size-fits-all approach, right? So I think that's where tools or technologies or emerging tech like AI or whatever else is out there will come in quite handy.
Yeah, so that's lovely. As usual, Naveen is energetic. See? And he's really convinced that AI is not going to assess you so well what your teachers can do. We are actually we have this hawkeye on our student. You ask me about my student, I'll tell you 10 things. The student's personal as well as his academically, how he's doing. That AI cannot do. So I do agree with you. Now here, now when we talk about AI usage and all, so Mr. Munir, you're going to talk about and tell us about ethical and privacy concern when we use AI. So what are the major ethical concerns regarding AI in education? Because education has a lot of data, which needs to be protected over time and needs to be, it's a safety concern. So I would like you to tell me what are the ethical concerns regarding AI when we use it in education, and such as algorithm, data privacy, surveillance. We have a lot of student data, we have a lot of teacher data, we have a lot of research data, and how does AI is going to support or disrupt?
That is a very good question. Very good afternoon, everyone. And I really appreciate Anuj, Dr. Anshu, and the whole team, organizing, my dear friend Tanish as well. Many congratulations to all of you, first of all, and thank you so much for inviting me. Here, the question is like, should I follow the same pattern?
Yeah,
all of them
yeah,
have been
yeah.
doing it. I'll answer the question first, the one, which you asked first to Anna. And that's a very relevant, and everybody has their own perspectives on this particular question. I agree to disagree, first of all. Teachers are not going to be completely replaced by AI, and there will be a gap, minimalized to a way that there are no more teachers available in the future. There will be only guides, because everyone will be learners. A teacher will be learning about AI. Student will be apparently learning about AI. So everybody will be, there is no expert in AI as such today. How many of you know about explainable AI, agentic AI? Apart from the one which you are generative AI, there are explainable AI, which will be definitely going to be a huge, change and impact in the learning system. Whatever we are doing manually is going to be replaced by AI. There is no doubt. AI is going to be, the future. It's the present, and it's becoming a lifestyle. It's no more a technology, no more a science. It's a lifestyle. Every teacher's life definitely is going to impact unless and until you embrace the technology. If you are an accountant, if you are a teacher, if you are anyone in the field, or if you're a lawyer even, unless and until you embrace the technology, you accept what is happening in the world, you will be completely left out from the scene, from the league. That is for sure. So teachers, I know you won't like when I talk about these things, but it is the fact in reality. Embrace the technology, especially when LMS come into this picture. The data of a university, the students' data is most relevant data, especially the way they are studying, even their locations. You don't need to, first of all, it has to be encrypted from one end to another end. That is must. Second of all, you have to have a full control on the data. the access control has to be limited to certain extent. A lab administrator of your university can take the whole data and sell it to an educational agency. As simple as that now. In the similar way, there are AI LMS, as Mr. Sindhil was telling about the tools. All these tools are asking, data from every single student. My name, age, gender, date of birth, and location, everything which is not even relevant to them. They are trying to capture the whole data of yourself, which is not even relevant. So restrict those data which has to be given to them. They just want to know the number, name, and last, grade. That's it. Nothing more than that. Why are these, tools or companies taking your data unnecessarily? There should be a cut. And the college administration, there are three stakeholders, basically. Administration, teachers, parents, and the students. And parents and students, they are the key players in data privacy. In terms of the student must be having the control whether they can give a data or not. The similar way, the parent has to have. Many of the institutions or the platform I've seen, the parents' annual income between so and so. What is the relevance of that particular data to these, tools? Completely irrelevant. That's where it comes. So the ethical practice has to be, GDPR must be implemented. And the UAE has a law which started in January 22. This is PDPL, Personal Data Privacy Law. That is very, very important. And how many of your institutions are following that? We don't know. In USA, it's very strict. In European Union, every single website has to be completely compliant with this GDPR. And many of the websites, even they don't have an SSL certified for the websites running in Dubai, in UAE sometimes. No. Even educational institutions, how much they are careful, serious about the data privacy of their ward, parents, as well as teachers. Because once you are revealed, exposed, especially, I would like to say, even on LinkedIn, the privacy of the data has to be kept very, very strictly monitored by the organization. Because your competitor will be watching your page, seeing Dr. Anshu working on so and so, she has been so much accolades, and next, pray, she will be taking to my institution. You offer better and you pull them out. So avoid all these practices. Every single institution has to have the proper control on data privacies. This is very important. And I will talk more about, I would like to talk about agentic AI, explainable AI, sure, which will be going to be, big game changer.
Sure.
Thank you. Hope I have answered your question.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll be going on to Mr. Naveen Garg. He's in USA and he'll be joining us online. I hope Naveen can hear me.
Yeah, Nishu, I can hear you very
Yeah.
well.
So, Naveen, I would like to ask you on personalization and accessibility of AI. How can AI-driven tools help create more personalized learning experience for students and different learning styles which are needed today? I am personally very interested in that also, because how can we use AI-driven tools which can be personally used for students in their learning experience? How can we, inculcate it in our teachers can inculcate in their lives so that students can learn from there?
Yeah, sure, Nishu. First of all, thank you for giving the opportunity to share my thoughts on this topic, a very exciting topic. Answering your question on the personalization. As we know, human learning has always thrived on the personal attention, and we were talking here for the teachers' replacement and all. So that's all thought come from the personal attention, basically. And there was a one study that called two sigma problem, which studied on the students group. If any student studied in a group or has a one-to-one tutoring, what will be the performance? And there was a dramatic improvement in the student performance if they have a one-to-one attention. But we know that in current world, there is no possibility to give a one-to-one attention. and that is the place where AI can help students and teacher both. They can AI tool can be a guiding tool and encourage student to engage with the problem, make mistakes, and learn from them. So let me explain this by taking some simple example. For example, if any student is doing algebra problem, okay, so AI tool cannot hand hand off the answer directly to the student. That is not the way AI should work, or AI should be used to get the direct answer. But AI tool should let student try out and struggle with the problem and see where they are going wrong, and how can they can give the step. AI tool can give the step to fix the problem and to get the final answer. And the way AI do the personalization is the contextual learning. It understand the student profile, student past experience and background, and based on that, it will come up with the examples which can help student to understand the lesson. And beyond that, there is one more aspect of AI, how a student can benefit. That is a virtual advisor. Actually, if you see your confab also, I think you guys might be traveling from many locations, and you may have a big team also. And it is very difficult to track all the activities and the presentations and guest and all the logistics, right? So AI could help everyone as a virtual advisor, and they can send like a deadlines, application forms, checklists, so that students should not struggle with all those logistics things. So that is also one aspect how a student can get benefit from AI. And there was a discussion when I was listening, like about the cheatings and all, and how AI can help the teacher. So I think Anna mentioned that one, that if there is an assignment, and I think Naveen also mentioned that one, that when assignment check in the past without AI, also teacher can ask some other person to check the assignments, right? So but the beauty of AI is now teacher can also utilize AI to check the assignment and see where is the weakness in the structure, like the weak arguments, or what can be improved in their theory, whatever they are submitting. That whole things can be better improve for teacher also. They do not need to do the tedious work. So it is helping teacher also for the assignment purpose. And one more thing AI can provide for a student, that is the adaptive learning. So the way adaptive learning work, it will go even in the past also, where the student has the weakness. Let me say this. So many times we heard that, okay, student drop out from the college. Why usually it happen, or student drop out from even the high school? Why it happen? Because there is a backlog build up on their concepts, and they are not able to cope up with the new complex topic because they have a weakness in the past. So but what adaptive learning can do, which is coming from AI, AI can identify what are the common foundation knowledge is missing in student, and it can help to identify those weakness and fill those knowledge gap. That will make student stronger on the topic and will not let student go down on the topic, which is very difficult for a as a teacher to take a whole group together. Let's say if any teacher identify a gap, it is very difficult for teacher to dedicate a time to the kid. But with the AI, when we have a adaptive learning, AI can identify those gaps in the past, what was missed out, and can fill those gaps. So in that way, we AI can give the personalized learning experience without overburdening the teacher. And now I think you asked for the accessibility thing as well, right? How disabled students can get benefit from the AI.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would like to mention a few things. The one thing was done by Microsoft. They give a word for this that is called data deserts. So basically, the problem is when AI. So basically, what is AI? It is taking the input data and giving the output, right? So it does not have any consciousness. So the problem for the disabled students, AI may have a data desert situation when they does not when AI tool does not have the information how disabled or underprivileged student see the world. Because of that gap, AI cannot give the right guidance and direction to them. But now a few companies and a few projects are going on that direction. For example, Microsoft come with the Be My Eyes. So that software is giving the solution to the blind students where they can use the cameras to visualize the world for them and make a speech on that. Like they put you might heard about the Ray-Ban smart glasses which can recognize the object and read text aloud so that they do not need to see. If they are not able to see the word, then AI can come into the picture and visualize the things and convert into the voice so that they will not missing out on that one. And with the combination of these tools they can and language barrier will not be a problem with the AI because it can convert the text into their preferred language. So underprivileged students will not face that challenge if they are not up to the market language. They can still get their own native language, the course material. So in that way, AI will also help the underprivileged students also. If Nishu, you allowed me, then I would like to talk about those security and privacy concern which discussed with Munir, as I have experience on the cyber security. You asked for the security and privacy. I have few takes on it. On the privacy, if AI tool, anybody, if working on the AI tool, or if we are using AI tool, as Munir mentioned correctly, that privacy is the biggest concern. So basically, when any university or any student is opting in any AI tool, we should check their privacy policy, and they should clearly mention how they are using the data. So when we are asking how the AI will impact the privacy, so AI company will do whatever they want to do, but as a end user, as a universities, we can also check their privacy policy. And there is a mandate from governments and from the industry that there will be a transparency how it will AI data will be used and it will be written and we can understand those. It should be very much visible and clear in their policies use. And how those security come in place, that is called there is a terms called data minimization. If any AI company is using the data, then they can do the tokenization of the data and they can hide the personal identifiable information so that even if the data breach happen, then person identity will not be breached. So those are the things. And on the security front, as Munir correctly mentioned, that end-to-end encryption. So there are two things on the encryption side. One is the data in motion when we are connecting to the tools and we are doing the transaction on the internet. That is called data in motion, and there is a data at rest that is on the disk. So that encryption is also similar important. If anyone is developing a AI tool, then data encryption is needed at data at rest and data in motion both side. And the least privileges is the policy which can go further on the AI on the control side. So this is as a side note on those security and privacy. Other than these.
Thank you so much, Naveen. That was completely elaborate, but it all boils down to we should have some policies designed by the policymakers to ensure that there's some privacy to it. Now, coming back to Senthil, Mr. Senthil, I would just like to ask you, what are the challenges, since we all know we are adopting AI, there is AI, right? I just want to know what are the challenges that we educators or we teachers face while adopting it, while adapting it, while using it?
No, the bigger challenge currently is digital literacy policy and teacher training. Because when you're adopting AI, first, there should be, first of all, a clear policy has to be. We are in a stage of policy setting regarding AI use in the universities, which already a lot of universities working on it. There are already some policies has been outlined by some top universities. So if any university, first of all, want to implement the AI into that, so they have to have a clear AI policy incorporated in their current structure, moving away from their traditional methods like their examination, like assessments and things. So a lot of variation required. And the second part, when you are implementing AI into the field, so the teachers also has to realize they are moving from teaching to facilitating, because so they move more as a facilitator role, where things, so that has to be slowly, the culture has to bring inside. There is also a big challenge nowadays is regarding incorporating too much reliance on AI and things is we lose the basic the competency skills which we expect out of the students who are coming out of the university, like critical thinking, problem solving. So nowadays, because of the excessive use already AI, so the students are directly going to the chat bar and asking for an answer rather than critically think and come out with an answer. This is going to be a big threat for which can actually destroy the competency skill in students. So this has to be properly addressed into the university policy structure. And so and also one of the other things, because maybe we already discussed about the proper compliance of privacy, data security, all this has to be put in place. So the first block is basically to come up with a proper AI implementation policy for every university. So that is very important to make an effective AI implementation and adoption in university.
Thank you so much, Senthil. Anna, I just would like you to add something in. What are the skills that is needed for the educators today? Because I too come from that background, and it takes really hardship while I brush my skills every day on AI. And there's now DeepSeek has come in, and then ChatGPT. It turns very, very difficult for a teacher out here or educator that has to cope up with such fast changing technologies and such fast changing things that are coming around. What is that skill that you think that educators should develop so that they can cope up with this fast changing technologies?
First and foremost, we need to remember that it's said that there are only few things that are inevitable: death, taxes, and change.
Yeah.
And change is the pace that you're mentioning now. And I think that as an educators, I already heard it, and like it makes me cry that we are facilitators, because we are indeed we are facilitating the things. The change is inevitable, or else we are going to be replaced. So which means that we need to remain up to date with the tools, because we should be one path ahead of our students. And, we are having, for example, now my classes, I have 24 students. So which means it is the ratio 24:1. I have 24 people studying and clubbing and combining their knowledge, which is coming exponential. And the best part, it is I'm learning from them. And I think that this is the best thing to do. But this only works with the flipped model learning.
No.
Because if we are lecturing and they are passively gathering the information, and if we are going through the exams, this is where these MCQs that you've mentioned rightly, this is so easy, right? At the same time, when we are doing project-based learning with a flipped model approach, this is where the beauty happens. For example, today I ask my students to describe the brand personality to create a brand voice and then depict what will be the personality traits based on the big five. And that was the question that both DeepSeek and ChatGPT got stuck on, because connecting the dots in so many ways, what she wants from me. So we came back to this question. I asked them, instead of what we've been using before with the Google, search for the information, look, find for the definition, connect the dots. AI wasn't able to do it. When we found a way forward, I said, like, now, I know that each and every one of you have the upgraded ChatGPT, so go for DALL-E and visualize your brand personality as a human being impersonated. So they created a visualization of a human being, for example, for Chevrolet, for Emirates Airlines. And then I said, like, okay, guys, now let's come back to the concept of a buyer persona that was there 3 classes ago, because this is a class of strategic brand management. And I said, like, tell me how you have foreseen the buyer persona for your respective brand. And then they pulled out a completely different picture that was tabulated. And I said, like, if your brand voice, brand personality is different than the buyer persona, it means that you're talking the wrong language. So they understood by simple visualization, this can be only done when we are doing it. So first and foremost, learning, unlearning, and relearning. And we got this discussion just a few minutes ago during the tea break, that we need to keep being consistent and finding the new tools. It's just only opening the new door. This will become like a Chinese box. Okay. So it is a level within a level within the level. There will be so many options and your students will be faster than you. So the idea is stop doing it on your own, rather do it with your students. And when you master the skill, show them how to do it right. So we've got the discussion. Students will immediately jump into answer question XYZ. And then I'm showing them, based on the current research we did, on prompt engineering. I said, okay, how about you will craft that prompt that you put into generative AI in a different way, assigning the role, assigning the task, and giving the context. What will be your output? And they say, like, I don't get it. I said, like, okay, I ask you to visualize the product, which was makeup palette, right? Have you got what you wanted? No, I don't like this, I don't like that. And they started simple prompting, change this, change background. I said, like, no. Tell what is your expectation, what is the style, etc. And they open eyes when I was showing them 20 frameworks, and it's like, I didn't know we can do it this way. The depth, you don't need to know more. Okay. It's just that you can add value. But at the same time, when your students are keen on showcasing you what they used, grasp it as a sponge. That will allow us to be maybe not one path ahead, but at least side by side and learning together. And we should not, as an educators, be afraid to admit, I don't know. Let's search together, because we need to be alpha and omega for them. At least this is what we think. No, showing the vulnerabilities. You know what? I don't know. Let's search it together. It gives you that proximity between the professor and the student. I am the human being as well. And I need to do it together. Show me how you do it. And then when you see it from a different perspective, from a different level of critical thinking, from a different knowledge that we have, from the depth, for example, coming from industry. If we are teachers, it's completely different when we are only the theoreticians, right? So if the bookish knowledge is there with you only, it's high time to level it up, right? And then use it, for example, for doing research. But coming back to your questions, first and foremost, the willingness to unlearn and relearn and be open to change. That's the first thing. Second, of course, the digital literacy. We need to be skilled, knowing at least what kind of tools our students are using. So I'm asking my students, when you are using the artificial intelligence or Gen AI, please give the credit to it. Okay, and we already see in academia, some of the authors are claiming that ChatGPT is a co-author of the paper. And last but not the least, data analytics and critical thinking, as you've rightly said. because we have this capacity that the generation of students onboarded like the last 2 years, they don't have because they became over-reliant. So for example, in the classes, what I do, I ask students, guys, close your laptops. Let's talk about it. Tell me the solution. And they are coming with very creative, very imaginative ways to solve it. I said like, okay, ask this question to ChatGPT. I said like, are you happy with what you got? And they said like, oh no, it's so shallow. It's so basic. It's so applicable to everybody, one size fits all, but it's not relevant to my project. And I said like, be open to collaborate, but be open to criticize. And last but not the least, be open to able to pull the plug if not needed. Because once you will go for the job interview in person, ChatGPT will not be there you. And it's like, how come? It's like, yeah, welcome to the real world. I know that the knowledge we are passing to you, you may consider it useless. Apply it in your own respective context, understand what just happened, and take that knowledge forward. And don't be afraid to learn from mistakes.
Okay, that was really lovely. Good takeaway. And I had one more. Since I take training programs and I train a lot of, my company trains a lot of students in colleges and universities. Over there, they are more keen in learning how we gamify lot of topics and all. So, Mr. Munir, I would like to know from you, since you come from that industry, that when students come with this background and they have developed the learning style from gamification, when they come into the industry, what difference do you see? And I want all the students to hear this. What is the difference when they come to the industry? They have no gamification process now to learn. So how do they switch from their university where they are gamified all topics to the industry, which has no gamification but personal and completely industry experience?
Very interesting question. Again, see, when we look back, when the computers were introduced and internet was introduced, all these universities were teaching computers. But when they go out to the industry, they are seeing the industry without computers. So they adopted the environment so easily. If you are an MBA student, how you know how to learn, to do marketing in terms of marketing or in terms of HR, you learn the basics and everything there from the premises or from the teachers, from the institutions. When they go out, they are seeing something totally different. So they are very adaptive students. They are at the young age. They are not like the so-called boomers, even not millennials. The Gen Zs are very fast and quick to adapt to the situations. So it is no matter that whatever they are, they jumped and they are pulled into or dropped into a swimming pool, they will learn how to swim it. This is very interesting. And this is what is happening in the market.
Okay.
All right. So, but at the same time, like in another way, when the industry is taking the leverage or leveraging the capacity of AI, being a business person, we automate a lot of businesses in terms of AI, right? There are majorly when it comes to the corporate or the top SMEs or SME segment, small and medium enterprises, what happens there, all the 5 departments majorly, HR, sales and marketing, customer support, finance, administration, all the departments are getting into AI. A student coming out of the university with AI technology, AI is not subject, it's everywhere. You go for mathematics, there is AI. If you go physics, there is AI. If you go for HR training, there is AI. So AI is being globally and everywhere. It's a phenomenon. It's not something which is just as a subject. All right. So when he goes out to the industry, if he joins as an HR assistant, HR manager, the first thing he will be implementing is how to leverage and increase the efficiency of the company using the technology. How you become an accountant, or a financial expert by, leveraging the technology in that company that will add value. As he said, like when you go for an interview, I telling every single student or be a prompt engineer by yourself. You don't need to go to an university to be a prompt engineer. Because what will add values to your candidature is what knowledge you gained apart from your university. When they come, for us, we get a lot of interns. GPT, we say always, GPT is the smart intern. Similar way, an intern will be learning a lot of things through the internship. And their ability to, give away something to the industry, any which company, that will be the value addition and they will be adapting it very easily. So the thing is that always try to learn things as fast as possible. Okay. There is no, stay back from the technology. Where I had, done an interview for a content writer a couple of months ago. I got 3 candidates. And there were 3 girls. And one was telling, I asked one simple question, do you use GPT to create contents? It was for a blog writing, interview was a blog writing content writer. One said, sir, I don't use GPT, I do my own, natural writings and I create my own stuff. I don't believe in GPT. Another girl said, I use GPT to an extent, just to, formalizing things. And the third one said, I am completely using GPT, but after getting it, I humanize it in my own way and getting it done. So the third one got the job. No. The reason is being that she can create 10 blogs in a day, where others can take 2 days to create 1 blog. Efficiency. And the second one will take 3 blogs or 4 blogs in a day. Efficiency. So the efficiency is increased. And the time, money is been reduced to a level where you can have 10 customers instead of 1 customer. The company get more benefits. So this has to be taught to the students from the university level. How can, increasing the efficiency, 1, there is no replacement of jobs. See, for example, the biggest question, the challenge in the industry is that AI is going to have a reason for job loss. Never. Not at all. More jobs. Rather, for example, the requirement in the industry for the services are way beyond your existing supply. As of now, there are nearly 700,000 companies registered under Dubai government, DED, Department of Economy. Okay. All right. And how many digital marketing companies are there to cater this? How many companies can be catered by a digital marketing company in a year? Maximum 100, 200. So the supply is very, very limited in terms of digital marketing. So for example, if you're a company having 15 employees or 20 employees, you are selling, your products online or even offline. You want to do digital marketing. Affordability of a digital marketer will be costing you 5,000 to 10,000 dirhams in a month. You learn yourself how to create your content using generative AI, using Canva, create the content using ChatGPT. Midjourney can be used for creating, and InVideo can be used for your videos. And there are so many tools which are even free to create your contents online for digital marketing. So what happens here? The businessman reducing the cost to 1,000 dirhams or 500 dirhams, even you can subscribe all these tools, few dollars, and you learn yourself. Or ask your administrator or a secretary or a marketer to learn all those things by themselves. So every single company will have an AI expert or AI enabler in the future. This is for sure. So adopting according to the technology requirements in the future, and the students who are coming out of this gamification kind of a thing into the industry, they will be facing the challenge where the technology is already adopted by the companies and industry by now. The enablement of AI in every single company is massive. Everyone is learning because it's open now. After GPT has come into the picture. Now, the latest yesterday's news is Gork 3. Gork 3 is from Musk. Elon Musk has introduced the fastest, the most smartest chatbot ever made. DeepSeek, better than DeepSeek, even better than OpenAI's product. It has a deep search. if you have explainable AI, there's so many things. I'll talk to you in the next, question if you ask anything. So what I'm trying to tell you, be faster and quicker in learning things. And teachers can leverage this opportunity, as Anna rightly said, discuss with them, be open to them. What happens in the industry itself, a manager who has got some tricks and tips, he will never expose to the subordinates. He will just hide by himself. So the honor of the company as an entrepreneur, always keep everything open, get it exposed, discuss with among all your subordinate and colleagues, so that end of the day, what we need is efficiency booster. And AI is going to boost the efficiency in a very larger level.
Thank you thank you so much, Mani, for the elaborate answer. Because of the shortage of time, we'll take a last question from from Mr. Naveen. You got to tell me about what are the gaps that AI can fill in, if you've noticed, and I would like to especially quote in the education industry. And secondly, I would like you to talk about your student support AI program that you're holding it in April, which would be quite supportive and which would be quite helpful for the students if they want to attend.
Definitely. Taking the first question and trying to keep it simple, right?
Yeah.
Let's break this down into institutions, faculty, and students, for the sake of simplicity. Where can institutions, what are the different gaps? I wouldn't say gaps, I would probably say enhancing your operational efficiency, right? Okay. Student attrition, data analytics. We talked a lot about data. How do you use the power of AI to detect which students are at the verge of drop off this term, next term, whenever? Competitive edge. And let's be honest, yes, teaching is service, but universities and schools are competing with each other, and that competition is only getting aggressive, not just between themselves, but with also e-learning platforms, e-universities, AI, and a lot more, right? So gaining that competitive edge. Now, when it comes to the faculty, we talked a lot about the faculty, I presume, so I don't need to tell you what are the gaps, but I have to concur with you that faculty should start collaborating with students as opposed to just teaching the students. Somebody talked about policies having to be made by the policymakers. I disagree. Policymakers can only take you so far, right? Let's say I'm Roads and Transport Authority or I'm Dubai Police. I can only tell you, you have to do 1, 2, 3. Whether or not you do that 1, 2, 3 is up to you. Until you're caught, nobody knows. Secondly, there might also have to be, there should be policies that are made by yourselves. So as a university, as a group, as an institution, as a school, you need to make sure that you also come up with your own policies. Again, that falls. To create those policies, you can leverage the power of AI, right? Coming to the students part, right? Now, we talked a lot about Gen AI, and we couldn't get a chance to talk about explainable AI or agents. Everything is agents now, because AI agents is everything. I think we're barely scratching the surface in this conversation, but students in the past went to libraries. Okay. They read volumes. So they learned from teachers, they learned from books. Then came internet. We went on the web and we searched for a lot of different scholarly articles. Sitting in India, I was able to access things in the US. And now you have AI where things are much faster, right? What has changed? What has changed is the way you're accessing the information, the speed at which you're actually able to get that information. Things are at your fingertips. Let's not be too scared, worried, doomsday picture, everything is negative, oh, teachers will replace, students will, nothing, no need to worry. Look at the positives and also look at the ethical aspects. Somebody talked about ethics earlier, right? So inculcate or imbibe that culture of ethics amongst your students, amongst your faculty, amongst your institution also, right? Now, I'm preparing for a thesis, a presentation. What's wrong if I'm actually using generative AI to try and help me get pointers? We talked a lot about critical thinking. Yes, there might be an impact on critical thinking, but if we teach students, and if the students also voluntarily start leveraging this as a partner, give me pointers, then I will apply this. I'll use my own brain, which is of course most important. And when they're here, brainstorming, right? So you can use AI as your, remember, we kept saying AI assistant, AI assistant, AI assistant. Nobody said AI master. Why? Because it is your assistant. Is it wrong to have an executive assistant? If so, I think 9 out of 10 businessmen and ministers and leaders out there will all go out of their jobs because their assistants are actually running effectively more than 50% of their jobs. If that is okay, this is 80, right? If that is okay, this is okay, right? So it's just a matter of inculcating and then train the students. Students also train your mindsets. I will absorb all this information. I will add my own level of creativity and I will prepare myself to hold a conversation or a discussion without having to read or reference it. As long as I'm able to do that, I've understood the basics, the fundamentals, and I've applied my own thinking, it's okay to be using it. So for students, I guess, faster learning, faster access. As you said, digital marketing, you gave the example. I don't know if those numbers are right or wrong, but I will trust you on that. There are 200 digital marketing companies. Maybe tomorrow there'll only be 5 because businessmen start doing things on their own, or they will force their teams to start doing things on their own. The services will become cheaper, affordable, competition will increase, right? Lot of the mundane stuff is lost. When they're preparing students, right? When they're preparing for their projects, if they can use the power of AI to visualize the way they submit their thesis, what's wrong? Do they need to sit and draw? Do they need to figure out Corel Draw? Do they need to go learn Adobe InDesign? No, if they're into, let's say, I don't know, fashion engineering, yeah, that's probably more relevant. They need to study all those different stuff. But if they're into something else, if they're running medicine, what do you want them to learn? You want to learn them how to operate, or you want them to learn how the tools for designing is done, right? So it's okay. Let them leverage, right? So I think these are just, again, surface level gaps we are talking about, but that adaptive learning can go a long way. Even for students, creating their own career path can go a long way. As long as we understand that these are our assistants, at least as of today, and we have an ethical, moral, and probably policy level obligation to make sure that we are being fair and just, it's all okay. On ethics, right? I think copyright infringement has been one of the major issues and everybody is talking about it, right? Because be it authors or researchers or people that have published books or picked up their honorary PhDs after years of effort, now they see that all that content is available to others like this, and people are using it to their own personal gain. So I think this copyright infringement and a little bit of the IP right infringement is going to stay. Look what's happening between, your OpenAI and DeepSeek, and how DeepSeek is being pressed in the US, or at least discussions are going on around pressing. That will stay. I mean, there's nothing much that we'll be able to do about it, but voluntarily and compulsorily, when institutions, faculty, student come together and in principle agree to various areas where they will actually leverage the power of AI and work together to enhance this entire system of teaching and learning, I think we're in safe hands.
I would like you to talk about your program.
Oh, yeah. So I'm fortunate enough that our company manages the Dubai AI Festival, which is a government of Dubai initiative, run by the Dubai AI campus, which is at DIFC, in partnership with DIFC and the Office of the Minister of Artificial Intelligence, Remote Workplace and Future Technologies, His Excellency Omar Al Ulama. The idea of the festival was incubated by the CEO of the AI campus, Mr. Muhammad Al Balushi. We launched the festival last September. It was called the Dubai AI and Web3 Festival. We had about 6,000 plus participants coming in from around the world. So the upcoming edition is in April. For those of you that don't know, His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the Crown Prince, Deputy Prime Minister, as well as the Minister of Defense, announced Dubai AI Week. In, I think sometime in November and December, he announced the Dubai AI Week, which is a week-long affair to discuss, celebrate, brainstorm, partner, and collaborate on all things AI. This is in April.
That's a good opportunity for all of you.
5 different events are taking place during that week, and one of the pinnacles is the Dubai AI Festival, which will be a 2-day affair. Again, it's a government initiative, but we're partners and we manage that entirely. What we've done as part of the festival to proactively integrate the student and the youth community into the mainstream conversation, because governments are there, enterprises, banks, healthcare, medical, aviation, automobile, you name it, they're all there. We are expecting lots of unicorns. A lot of ministers have already confirmed. So we are expecting anywhere between 10 to 12,000 participants. And we wanted to make sure that we give an opportunity for students to also come and showcase their AI or generally future tech and emerging technology related innovations at the festival. Now, typically, if somebody wants to exhibit or showcase, they have to commercially sign up, but students, they may or may not be able to afford it. Universities may or may not want to sponsor it. So what we've done, we've launched a program called as Global Future Tech Innovation Program, which is open for universities all around the world, where students in the age group of 16 to 30 can nominate their innovations, of course, guided by their universities. And 10 such innovations from around the world, and we're looking at actually increasing that to anywhere between 15 to 20, will be given an opportunity to associate with the festival at no cost. They'll be given an opportunity to come and showcase and exhibit it at no cost. Now, you have governments, the policymakers, you have the industry, the potential consumers, you have the technology players, incumbents as well as startups, you have some startups that are coming to meet with potential investors. So the whole community is coming, and we want to put the students out there and put their innovations out there so they also start becoming part of the mainstream conversation. So it's called Global Future Tech Innovation Program. If you go to DubaiAIFestival.com, all the details are in there, and I encourage, of course, as you know, your university and whoever else there is, for that matter. I have my colleague Sanjeev also sitting in the back, and Maimuna from Pupiller, who's doing a fantastic job with youth-related stuff, is also in the room. So feel free to explore more on the website or reach out to our teams. And if students, or let's say students and faculty together, have come up with something groundbreaking or something that they believe are groundbreaking, please encourage them to nominate themselves and give them a chance to come out there. And for a change, there, they won't be talking about challenges, issues, teacher replacement, and all of those things. They'll actually be talking about AI innovation that's going to help transform the economy or help transform humanity or a particular industry sector. So I want to leave you with that.
Thank you so much for your patient listening, and thank you so much to all the panelists that you have given and enlightened us.
Dr. Anand Darabas. Mr. Senthil Kugan. And Mr. Naveen Bharadwaj. Thank you all the panelists.
Hi to people who are online. My name is Sindhu, and I'm one of the session chairs for this session right now. Okay, Dr. Sindhu Ravindranath from IBS Hyderabad, which is IFHE University, in fact. Welcome to the session. I hope those who are presenting are online right now. Dr. Chanu, I believe you're online. Can you please? अच्छा जी.
Hello? Hello? कैसे होगा अभी ये?
Yeah. Now it is audible. Yeah.
Dr.
Hello?
Nanu, I have to come over there. Then you are able to speak.
Yeah. No, actually, it was I was not allowing to send the message. No, that's why. Okay. Yeah. Please carry on, madam.
Dr. Chanu, welcome to the session. I'm Dr. Sindhu Ravindranath from IFHE IBS Hyderabad. Can we see your face, please?
Yeah. Need to hear from Boroland University, Professor Chanu. Yeah.
Welcome, ma'am.
Yes.
Do I have the first team online, Dr. Srimila and David, Dr. David? Hello, hi. Do we have Dr. Srimila? Dr. David, are you presenting?
With artificial intelligence and in marketing. So I will be presenting how AI, which we trust for decision making and marketing, can be biased and how we can mitigate this issue. My topic is mitigating demographic bias and AI-driven marketing, advancing fairness and ethical responsibility. So let's get into my introduction. So artificial intelligence is like growing in marketing like something. I'm making advertisement more personalized, predicting customer preference, and automating decision making. But AI is only as good as the data is trained on. If the data is biased, the AI models also becomes a bias too. So let me take a real world example. Like one day when I asked the AI tool to generate an image of a doctor serving African children, the result was a white doctor treating a poor black children. But why shouldn't also like a African doctor can be right there, right? Or like why do the poor children like still there in Africa? Like we couldn't find it out because like the historical data of like Africa are still there. That's how the AI generating the pictures like that. So now another example from globally, when I went to like India, like regionally, when I searched India in a AI generated content, the visual like predominantly presented North Indian culture, like leaving South India like underrepresented. This raises an important question: if AI is shaping like making decision worldwide, how do we ensure it represents everyone fairly? Like even before I'm getting into this presentation, like a 10 minutes before I generated an image with ChatGPT, like I can show it off here. When I put a doctor serving a African kids, you can see like a white doctor in Africa treating a poor kid. Why can't be African doctors there? I don't know. Like so we can't see like how biased that ChatGPT or like AIs are working. When we tell them to create something, it may look good. It may or like feels wow. We may feel like the way it creates ourselves, but still we can find the problems are there. Like it's just a 10 minutes before I created this. And also in another picture, you can see like CEO of a company. There is no problem in it, right? There is a guy sitting on the company, but when we think into it, when we create 10 image, like mostly 8 to 9 images, a male dominant will be there as a CEO. Why can't be a woman CEO generated by AI? I don't know. So that's how this old paper we have made it of. So my research objectives are like our research focus, like I took some key objectives. First, identify how demographic bias emerges in AI-driven marketing tools. Second, analyzing the impact of these biases on consumer and businesses. Third, providing solution for inclusive and fair AI marketing. Bias in AI is not just an ethical issue; it's a business problem. A biased AI model like alternates the customers, damage brand trust, and limit market opportunities. So let me get into the literature review. So like I have took like major three literature review to show in this my presentation, where like they are talked about the major bias happening in AI marketing. So when we see the first research algorithmic like bias in marketing, they have talked about like high paying jobs that showed more to men and then women. So this all when I'm doing all my review of literature, many of the reviews were telling like how much like bias happening in demographic profile access. Like when I came to in marketing, I found this much of problems are happening. But I don't know like when we went to the outside of the box, we can't say like how much issues are like raising or like how much problems are happening. So let me get into my research methodology. So to study AI bias, we used a combination of methods. We used qualitative case studies and also to analyze bias in AI-generated content and also dataset audits. So checking how AI training data represents different demographics. Also, we used algorithm testing where there's IBM AI Fairness 360 were used to check like how the fairness scores from AI content created things are happening. And last, for proposing a practical solution for inclusive AI marketing, we have used a bias mitigation strategy. If we truly want to fix the AI bias, we need more than just awareness. We need data-driven solution because AI awareness is more important. But then that, if we need a solution, we need a lot of data to make it be proper there. My research components. So my research components, I came up with a question, but how does the bias actually appears in AI marketing? So here are like three common ways: ad targeting bias, product recommendation bias, search engine bias. So AI priority certain demographic over others, or like even like AI reinforce existing stereotypes itself. And also like AI generated search result over represent specifically. Example, if I have to tell, an AI recommending sports product mostly to a male and kitchenware mostly to a woman. Not because it's designed to be like the way it should be. It is all because it learned from the historical data it's already there. Data analysis and data collection and analysis. To validate these biases, we calculated data from three sources: Google Ads API and Facebook Ad Library, to analyze the ad targeting pattern, and for that we used, and also like Kaggle and UCI machine learning we used to audit the customer segmentation data. And also lively, like as I already showed some two pictures, we have did some AI experiments to test how AI generated content misrepresents the demographics. So the key finding when we're doing this across a multiple AI marketing system, we found that search result, ad targeting, and product recommendations were like disproportionately favoring certain demographics itself. Bias detection and fairness testing. So how do we measure bias in AI? So as I already told, like we using dataset audits, so checking AI underrepresent certain groups. We use this IBM AI Fairness 360. So whether I am already showing a table in it, we can see like we have already tested with three components. When I put a prompt called CEO image generation, where I already shown that image, like I just now created a 10 minutes before this presentation. But even before when we trying it off, it was like mostly white male. And we can see the score of 0.25 is bias. It is a moderate bias when we see, but when we see for the next two prompts, doctors having African kids or traditional India attire, we can see the AI output, what is the bias. So it is like 0.30, that is like highly biased score when we're doing this bias test. And 0.35 is a very high bias score it goes to. So the data clearly shows that AI, when left unchecked, continue to reflect historical bias. So my recommendations, let me jump into the recommendations. So how do we fix this? Diversify AI training data. Include a broader demographic reputation, like representations, so that it will be like more cleared in data, and that it won't be biased because it won't go to the mass data is already in the website. And regular AI bias audit. Continuously, we have to test AI output for fairness and also align AI marketing strategy with fairness standard. So this can be impacted in companies that proactively adopt fairness awareness. AI model can gain a consumer trust and long-term profitability for the companies if they are implementing properly with the proper demographic, like border demographic data. So conclusion, we see the AI bias real and affect marketing outcomes. Even like before getting into the presentation, I saw like people in this session who and all go to present. I saw all the titles and everything. Many people even gonna use the AI as a leveraging tool for their projects and everything. Before using AI, yeah, AI gonna be awesome and it's gonna be rule the world. It can be changing it. It can be just a leveraging part for us. It can't be like fully, it can't take it over. So we should know what we are using. Do we have that much of data to take to the next level to decide with AI or not? So AI is shaping to the future of marketing, but we must ensure that it's reflect the world fairly. If AI is to serve all of humanity, it must to be trained see everyone. So thank you. I'm happy to take your questions. Right?
Yeah, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I can hear.
Great. Can you go back to the third slide or fourth slide where you have given literature review, please?
Yes, ma'am.
This is the literature review that you have.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the name of the journal is HBS. So, yes, you have taken it from HBS. Who are the authors for these articles?
Oh, like for the main source, like I just in the presentation, I have shown this to you.
What was that again?
Yeah. 1 minute. I can show just for the presentation. I didn't show the author's name.
David, are you trying to show me the article or something?
Yeah. No, I'm trying to show the article.
Hold on. I don't want you to show me the article. What I want to tell you is, if you're
Yes,
putting
ma'am.
up a literature review anywhere at all, slide,
Yeah.
paper, reference, anything, you
Yes, ma'am.
need to write it in one of the formats of literature review. So easiest thing is probably APA, American
Sure.
Psychological Association format, or you can
Yes,
go
ma'am.
Chicago, whichever the journal that you're targeting, or if it's a conference like this, if the conference committee has proposed a particular format, then use that format. But you
Sure.
cannot give literature review like this.
Okay,
You
ma'am.
cannot say anything about what anybody else has said without giving them their due, regards for their finding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes,
So if you are talking about algorithmic bias in marketing and you're talking about the Harvard Business School, but you haven't given if that is a name or the title of the article, you haven't given who the authors are, you haven't given the year, nothing. You need to ensure that it is done as it should be done, as a citation should be. Okay.
Sure.
First
Yes, ma'am.
thing.
Yes.
Can you, Dr. Chanu, do you have any questions, please? To David?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, madam. Okay, the host was not allowing me to unmute. So because of that, it took some time. Okay. Yeah. So just I want to ask regarding this, the research methodology, Mr. David. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, yeah. So you please show the slide that you mentioned certain, methods in your research methodology. May you kindly
ma'am.
just show? Yes. Okay. Here. So you use this qualitative analysis, then you went for this one algorithm testing. How did you use in this particular this marketing research, this algorithm testing?
Yeah, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah. You are
The thing,
audible.
I just want to we want to do analysis with bias because when we doing with ChatGPT, so we saw like many when the outcome like the content it created was so biased, so we want to test it off. So there is a call this IBM 360 where it works with the algorithm testings and everything. So that's how we like mentioned in quality like research methodology using this algorithm testing.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Yeah, over to Madam. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. David, you are
Yes,
talking
ma'am.
about bias mitigation strategies. You're talking about testing biases.
Yes, ma'am.
Why how are you going to test that here? With what are you used case studies to test bias, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And also like we also using the targeting ads created by AI from like I have already showed in one of my slides, like Google Ads API and Facebook ads. This is all the ads created by AI. When we go to the Google Ads API, we can go and search particularly like ads created by AI specifically. So from that data, we are taking it off and putting it in IBM 360 fairness. We can calculate this is like bias analysis we can do there. So that's how we.
How did you read bias in that? What was your criteria for
Yeah.
reading bias?
Ma'am, we do this demographic analysis with the SPD. So there we find like how like major group, like if it is a group one is male and group two is female, this ads are targeting like if we take like a sports or like some for something for a kitchen or something, how this ads are targeting on whom. So that's how we deciding on like that's how we doing this analysis.
So you controlled on what? If
Sorry, ma'am.
you're giving looking at the demographic aspects and then looking at biases, then what all have you controlled? What were your control variables?
So I'll be like how to say. So
Okay,
my
go
control,
back to the earlier slide. Let me start from there. The one where you are talking about, yes, your methodology slide, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
First thing, there is already
Yes,
a
ma'am.
scale for testing bias in marketing.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Wyatt and Co. has et al. They have a scale which they've used recently for a paper of theirs for testing bias in marketing.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
if you didn't want to use a scale which is already there because you are thinking that it is AI that you're testing in, then the possibility
Okay.
was you should have gone ahead and probably created a scale for yourself. Because
No,
AI
no,
is
ma'am.
new and test on AI
Yeah.
is new, you can always do a scale creation as well. Scale development is good enough. It will make a good paper, right?
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so one is that. Second, when you are looking at biases, once you draw out which part or which aspect of the bias, which variable is your bias, once you have drawn that out, then you should probably look at controlling the other variables. So your age should be controlled, your language should be controlled, your education should be controlled, your work, your finances, all those should be controlled because you're only looking at whether this guy belongs to Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or Gujarat,
Yes, ma'am.
and is there a
Yes,
bias
ma'am.
against because he is from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, or Gujarat. Isn't
Yes,
that what
ma'am.
you're looking for? So if you're
Yes,
looking for
yes,
that
ma'am.
one particular thing, then you need to control the rest of the things, variables, so that they do not show an effect, which they will anyways.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
young guy from Tamil Nadu and a young guy from Gujarat would be treated differently, granted. But an older guy from Tamil Nadu and older guy from Gujarat will have a totally different experience altogether.
Yes, ma'am.
So you should at some point control the age, control the
Yes.
finances, because a rich guy and a middle class guy and a poor guy, from whichever state they are or whichever country they are, again the experiences differ. So your bank balance is controlled. Pun intended.
Yes.
Okay. So that's said and done. So this is where you control. Each of these things have to be controlled if you have to bring out the bias. Easier would have been that you use the already set scale in marketing for bias testing, and probably, you could have done item testing, for which you could have probably found a few extra items added or reduced from the already available scale, and then gone and done with it.
Sure, sure.
So if you have done this much, you should have probably looked for scale development of your own and then gone further and tested the bias testing. Your algorithm testing is very interesting, but then the fact here is that what variable of bias did you test over there? If you have not controlled, then your algorithm is all over the place, isn't it?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
So what did you control there? That is, these are the few things you could change for this paper.
Sure,
And
ma'am. Sure, sure.
I believe once you do this, this will be actually a good study. Your area is very interesting. Yes, AI bias is very much there. Unfortunately, you cannot blame AI for the bias, because AI
Yeah,
is
yes, it's
garbage in
historical
and
data.
garbage out, exactly like computer was 25 years before. So it all depends on the human who was sitting there and programming that particular program or AI. So you can't blame AI for that. But then if you really wanted to test the bias, then you should have gone around testing it exactly the way it should be tested.
Sure, sure, sure,
Yeah.
ma'am.
It will be a good paper if you could please, incorporate all these. Ma'am, do you have any more suggestions to give? If you do, then.
It's okay. Yeah, that algorithm testing is very much interesting. But he needs to improve the paper. So during the time of publication, so he can improve.
Sure,
That
sure.
much I would like to say. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, David. Have a
Yeah.
great day.
Thank
If you
you,
need
ma'am.
further help, you can contact any one of us, and you can mail us. We will help you out.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, David. Great day. Bye-bye. Next person. Ambarish Gupta 072. He is postponed. Okay, fine. Then Dr. Udaya Rekha, Dr. Shrimila, Abhishek, David. Again, I think it's the same team. David, is that you and your team again?
Ma'am, they have postponed it to the next day because I am not.
Okay, so you have postponed that. Fine. So do we have then Dr. Bhavna, Haja Mananuddin, and Rahul Ketan Kumar? 061, please. These guys also are David. Again, they have one more paper that is also for tomorrow, it seems.
But we can ask who else online. Yeah.
Who else is online? Is anyone who is presenting there online? Is Dr. J. Bhavna and team there? Dr. J. Bhavna? Yes, Sasmita Mohanty is here. So yes, the next paper, 062 is here. Can we have Dr. Sasmita Mohanty, can you please unmute yourself? You can unmute yourself, ma'am. The permission is given from here. Dr. Mohanty? Dr. Mohanty, please present.
Yes, ma'am. Are you able to hear, ma'am? Yes, ma'am. Right. Good evening, ma'am. This is Bhavna. On behalf of my student, I'm presenting my paper. And my paper title is Intelligent Recommendation System for Online Food Ordering. Right. So the basic objective of this study is, in today's digital era, online food ordering has become an integral part of everybody's life. And with growing awareness of healthy eating habits, dietary preferences are given. Selecting right meals over is very important. So we use machine learning techniques for personalized recommendation system. And the basic objectives are developing an accurate. Am I audible, ma'am? Yes. Okay, ma'am. Right. So the basic research methodology that we have followed is data collection. Right. A data set consisting of around 5,000 recipes and 1.4 million reviews was collected, and nutritional attributes such as calorie content, macronutrients, and dietary restrictions were included. And we have processed the data processing steps. We have done it. That is data cleaning, data pre-processing techniques. And afterwards, we have gone for standardization and vectorization of all the data. Then we have calculated IDF to structure the data set for machine learning models. Then we have implemented algorithm selection and the implementation was taken by using k-nearest neighbor algorithm. And for that, we have used content-based filtering. And Fast API is used as a backend development, and Streamlit was used as a front-end interface. And evaluating and testing, we were calculating precision, recall, and F1 score. So real-time testing assured scalability and performance of the assessment. And the architecture is the system architecture, backend Fast API we have used. Right. Then next to front end Streamlit and recommendation engine, which is used for filtering the data. Right. So the results findings, the results the results of food recommendation system indicate high relevance and accuracy in meal suggestions. The key findings include content-based filtering approach effectively personalizes meal recommendation, achieving over 85% of precision of users with specific dietary restrictions. And the system demonstrated efficiency in handling large data set with real-time recommendation generated within seconds. The user reported high satisfaction levels with the system's ability to cater individual dietary plans and preferences. And recommendations integrate hybrid filtering, that is combining collaborative and content-based filtering to improve recommendation diversity and accuracy. And the recommendation is enhance the user feedback mechanism so that we can improve more based on the reviews, and expand nutritional diet set, that is including more detailed micronutrient information, which provide better support for user with specific health conditions. Develop mobile application is also recommended. So conclusion is that the research presents an intelligent food recommendation system that enhances user experience, providing personalized meal suggestion based on dietary preferences by leveraging machine learning techniques. So future work is we may explore a hybrid recommendation model, real-time user feedback integration, and mobile app to enhance system capabilities. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ma'am, can you go back to your methodology, research methodology page, please?
Susmita. Okay, fine. We'll move on to the next one. 067. Dr. Reshmi.
067, Dr. Reshmi Rekha Nagesh Kumar. Dr.
Hello?
Reshmi, are you there?
Yes, I'm
Wow,
here.
excellent background, ma'am. Sitting in
Thank
Dubai
you
inside
so
a room
much.
that's cruel to us.
Yeah, even I also like this.
Ma'am, shall
Okay.
we start your presentation, please?
Yeah, sure. I hope my PPT is visible to you all. Yeah. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everyone. So, once again, thank you very so much for this wonderful opportunity to share our, our study or research on this topic. So, myself, Dr. Reshmi, and my co-authors, Nagesh Kumar SS and Dr. Rekha Ayedee. So, today I'll be presenting our research on sustainable solutions for e-waste management, exploring blockchain's impact on reverse logistics. So this study basically examines how blockchain technology can revolutionize reverse logistics for managing e-waste effectively. So going to the introduction and objectives. So as everyone knows, the e-waste has become one of the major environmental challenges due to its exponential, rapid increase in the quantity, also the rapid advancements of technology, and definitely because of the shorter product lifespan. So managing e-waste effectively requires efficient reverse logistics system, and also it will help to recover the value and reduce environmental harm in a sustainable way. So our research aims to analyze the impact of blockchain on reverse logistics in e-waste management and to develop a validated conceptual model using structural equation modeling. Now, when we talk about the literature, our study is grounded into two key theories. The first one is resource-based view by Bani 1991, which positions blockchain as a strategic resource enhancing logistic performance. And the second one is institutional theory, explaining how regulations and compliance drive blockchain adoption in e-waste management. There are many empirical studies, are not that much, but many empirical studies are also there, which highlights the blockchain's role in enhancing supply chain transparency and optimizing reverse logistics. But however, most of the existing studies lacks the empirical exploration of blockchain's impact on e-waste reverse logistics, especially considering the multidimensionality of blockchain technology and also the reverse logistics operational metrics. So this study, the novelty and the research gap of this study exists here. We considered we considered both the constructs, blockchain technology and the reverse logistics operational performance as multidimensional and developed a conceptual model. So research methodology, its conceptual model is based on the past existing literature, and it is quantitative, descriptive with analytical approach with model building. So primary data were collected from 276 e-waste practitioners and managers across India from the from the Central Pollution Control Board. We got the list of companies who are operating in the waste management sector from this particular organization. Then simple random sampling technique adopted to select make sure the unbiased selection of participants. Then survey was with a 5-point Likert scale on blockchain's impact. So we developed using some IBM SPSS SAMOS. That is the methodology part. Now this is our major hypothesis. There are 4 major hypotheses for our study to test the blockchain's impact on the reverse logistics performance. So as you can see in the right side of the slide, this is our conceptual model. So the blockchain has 4 dimensions: decentralization, trustlessness, transparency, and security. And on the other hand, blockchain performance has strategic performance, operational responsiveness, and organization operational service quality. These are the performance metrics. So this is
Dr. Reshmi?
Sorry?
Dr. Reshmi, can you just, this is the SEM model, is it? The
This
one
is
you
the-
have here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is a structural model. So you can see we have tested all the assumptions like normality, homoscedasticity, linearity, with the appropriate techniques. Then multicollinearity using the AF and the tolerance, and definitely the Pearson correlation coefficient we checked. Then convergent validity using factor loadings and Cronbach's alpha and composite reliability, which was according to the threshold. Then discriminant validity using the intercorrelation values and the AVE, comparing the AVE and the intercorrelation values. All these threshold we have, we referred from the Hare et al. That was our reference book. Then model fit, so you can see the GFI, NFI, TLI, and CFI, these fit indices were above 0.9, and RMSE and SRMR values are below 0.08. So basically the model has a good fit. And now this is the final, discussion and the findings. So decentralization and transparency has a strong positive impact on across all the three, performance matrices. But trustlessness does not have any significant impact on strategic performance. Now, security does not have significant impact on strategy performance, but negatively impacts the operational responsiveness and service quality. This is the major findings. Now, these findings are crucial, and when we talk about a country like India, here the increase in the growth of e-waste is something like 3.8 million tons of waste are producing every year. So it is only 4% of the total produced e-waste are recycled. So there comes the importance of these kinds of technology in making more efficient the reverse logistics. So blockchain can bridge this gap, improving the operations and support sustainability. So, but the balanced pro-blockchain policies are vital. That is the the relevance of this particular study. Now. Moving on to the recommendations. So this definitely blockchain can enhance the reverse logistics by improving the transparency, efficiency, and all those things. But the major recommendation is to use the smart contracts to automate the processes and balancing security with the agility for smoother operations. These are some of the recommendations. Now, the future research direction, we would suggest to explore the role of AI and IoT, in enhancing this particular technology.
Ma'am, can we go back to your findings salon, please? This is done. It's all right. Thank you. You were talking about reverse. What was your title? Can you go back to the title, please?
Yeah.
Okay, so reverse logistics. So what are the reverse logistics aspects that you have taken over here?
Reverse logistics, operational performance. So operational performance in the sense, these three are the major constraints: strategic performance, operational responsiveness, and operational service quality. I have one more slide, like the definition, because of the time limit. I kept it back, in a backup to understand what exactly the variables are.
No, my question was about the reverse aspect of your logistics what have you taken? So what have you reversed over here? Which aspect of the logistic has been reversed in this?
Yeah, here our study was based on e-waste. So electronic waste means it is the gadgets like your mobile phones or laptops, which are after its lifespan, which are not useful. So it should be taken back. In India, there is something called extended producer responsibility. The companies, those who are producing the electronic waste, they have to take it back. That is a legal.
Okay.
So this is something like a reversal.
That is something which we didn't see mentioned anywhere in the slides. So. So that is a basic of
I can't include,
study, right?
sorry, but because the time limit is there, no? So
yeah, I understand, but that is a basic aspect of your study. So that should be probably the first definition you should have somewhere.
Because it's yeah, it's understood. No, e-waste means that definitely it should be reverse. So it's understood.
Yes, but when you say reverse logistics, the question comes upon where or what are you reversing there in the logistic aspect?
Yeah,
the product is going back, or is the product dismantled and going back, or is the product taken forward and from there it is done something else which reverses the engineering aspect of it? So the question comes up in many ways.
But what you're saying is absolutely correct. But even e-waste, it can't move forward. No, it should be taken back. So it's that was my logic. Sorry for that, but the thing is because of time limit, time constraint.
Try
And
asking people who uses iPhone. They'll have the last 4 iPhones in the drawer of their storeroom. There are examples
Yeah.
here, me included. So that happens.
Yeah.
Ma'am, good work.
thank you.
Actually, the work is really good, except the factor that your definitions are not in place, which probably should be your second or third slide, which tells what definitions are we talking about when we talk reverse logistics. Are we talking logistics per se? Are we talking manufacturing levels per se? So operation, you probably are from an operation department, so you should probably know those differences are major aspects where, reversing a set of processes concerned. So
As
your
you said,
definitions.
yeah, ma'am. As you said, I have included that slide because the 6-minute time, that is very, because this I can
That's
explain
okay,
I was
Rashmiji.
more concentrating in explaining the analysis part and the fine
And
things.
you did a good job. You did
Thank
a
you
good
so
job.
much.
It
Thank you
was really
so
nice. The only thing that we missed is for people to follow. If somebody is not familiar with this, then for them you need to have the definitions in place. So the second or third slide of whatever you do should have definitions in place. Once the
Yeah,
introduction is over, your definition has to come.
yeah,
The
understood.
study is really good, but it would have been nice if you had put the SEM structure a little bit more visible so that we could have understood your relationships and your hypothesis and all those kind of stuff
Yes,
much more
yes.
clearly.
Yeah.
It would have been wonderful. But otherwise, good job, good work. Possibility of going forward with this will be interesting if you could, go forward with it.
Yeah, thank you so
Your data pens are also pretty good given that your published knowledge sample is really good because for e-waste that number is good enough.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, so it's a really good one. So all in
But
all, good job. Yes, ma'am,
yeah,
Chanu.
but one thing here is that she could have accommodated more studies. What I have seen here is that the latest study that she had accommodated is 2020, right, madam? So now 2025 is going on, and
Yeah, we are working
one
on that. We are working on that, ma'am. We are working on
yes,
that.
please,
I
and
know I have to include the latest literature.
yes,
Definitely.
and you arrive at conclusion that there are less number of studies in this regard. Maybe who knows? During the last 5 years, hundreds of works may be there. So you please look into that. Okay.
Definitely.
Otherwise, everything is fine. Okay.
Definitely.
Yes.
Thank you for
Rashmiji, which college are you
okay.
from?
I am from Acharya B School Bangalore B School.
Bangalore.
Bangalore. Yeah.
If you want to consult on this paper, try talking to Dr. Ajit Thomas, Ajit Tom James from IIM Bodh Gaya.
Okay. So how can
He
I get his
might
contacts?
just go to IIM Bodh Gaya website. You'll find him, Dr. Ajit Tom James.
Is he working on the same domain? The same
No,
topic?
he's not, but he is familiar with these things.
Okay.
Right
Sure.
now, he is too busy. I don't know what he's working on, but this aspect will be familiar, especially specifically logistics aspect. If you would talk to him, you might get a better, clearer picture on that.
Okay, thank you.
Send
Thank
him
you
an
so
email. You'll find his email ID on IIM Bodh Gaya website.
Definitely, I'll be doing that.
Yeah.
Thank
Take
you.
care.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
for the valuable feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashmi. Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Guys, who do we go?
Hello, madam.
Yes,
Is it
it is
visible?
visible. Yes,
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I am presenting my paper on integration of digital technology in achieving sustainability and investigation through biometric analysis. So we know the prevalence of digital technologies and it's in correlations or in sustainability, and in this present business environment, this is very vital actually. So it enables business entities to optimize resource utilization and reduce carbon footprints and foster sustainable business models. So the rise in the number of digital tools also allows for real-time environmental monitoring, predictive analysis for the automation of sustainable efforts. So previous studies suggest that digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data analytics, and the Internet of Things, are increasingly recognized as enablers of sustainable development. So these technologies contribute to sustainability by enhancing efficiency, reducing waste, optimizing resource management, and facilitating transparency in governments and supply chains. So in order to understand the integration of digital technology into sustainability, bibliometric analysis is conducted to explore research trends, collaboration networks, and intellectual structures in this field. So the paper has been conducted with the objectives to identify the trends in the integration of digital technology and achieving sustainability in business, to analyze influential authors and countries contributing to the field, and to analyze the research trends by citation and keyword co-authors networks. So this is a research gap. So considering the importance of the digital transformation in the current business environment, the researchers tried to investigate into the areas where a gap can be addressed. Accordingly, it is found that many studies have been conducted in the area of digital transformation and sustainability. However, the researchers failed to find any study that has been considered from the point of bibliometric analysis, and therefore the study has been conducted to address the gap. So coming to research methodology, so the present study uses bibliometric analysis to examine the trends of digital research works being carried out on the integration of digital technology. So the Scopus database is being used here with the keywords climate change, digital technology, and sustainability. Initial search has been conducted with 227 papers as on 27th of December 2024. However, after certain limitations or limiting certain criteria, the final paper considered for the study is 109. So we can see the search string used here and also the inclusion excellence criteria which is there. Coming to discussion and analysis, we can see that the average age of document is 2.49 and average citation per document is 17.62, and we can see that out of 109 papers, 55 articles, 30 books, and 11 course papers, and 13 reviews. We can see that the co-authors per document is 3.83, and the international co-authorship percentage is 30.28. Coming to annual scientific production, we can see that the first article published considering the three keyword is in 2015, and the highest number of articles got published in the year 2024, that is 37, with the annual growth rate 49.36%. Coming to a three-field plot where we have tried to analyze the studies based on countries, keywords, and sources. So the finding indicates that Italy has devoted greater attention to the subject of digital technology and sustainability, with the United Kingdoms following closely behind, followed by Australia and India, Spain, Germany, and China. After analyzing the thickness of the connected lines between countries and keywords, it was determined that climate change is the most frequently utilized term, followed by sustainability and digitalization, digital technology and digital transformation, and circular economy. We can see this growth of keyword over time. The keyword climate change started to grow gradually from 2018 onwards. So previously, we can see the number of keywords, the number of keyword use is very less, but then that has been increased gradually, and the finding indicates that recent research is focusing more on climate change, sustainable development, along with integration of digital technologies. Coming to the most relevant authors, you can see that it is revealed that Mendes V, Kumar S, Kim D, and these are the authors who are having fractionalized value of 1.5. That means they are collaborating more rather than the authors, the other authors who have more written isolated papers, or we can say they are having less collaborations. When it comes to a country's scientific production, we can see Italy, it tops the list with 68 production, UK 44, and you can see India significantly working the domain with 35 number of papers. When it comes to most cited countries, you can see again Singapore remains in the top with most cited countries. Okay, so earlier it was production, and it is the countries which is most cited. That means the research papers or research outputs from Singapore is much better than Italy, even though they have the number of papers or documents is more in Italy. So coming back to the country's production over time, we can say again Italy, it has produced the first paper in 2015, and gradually it has increased. So these are the top 10 countries producing the papers. And then coming to the most global cited documents. So these are documents which, if someone wants to use it, they can use this for their references, which has been mostly cited globally. the co-occurrence network. So in the co-occurrence network analysis, a keyword is represented by the node, while the edges between nodes defines the frequency of the co-occurrences of the keywords in the same documents. So the analysis reveals three distinct clusters of keywords. So the red cluster, it indicates or it includes climate change and sustainable development, and digital technology represents major themes in the research area. That means more and more research has been covering in these areas. Coming to the blue cluster, it indicates that keywords such as sustainability, innovations, environmental protections, agriculture technology, and all those things are considered.
Pankaj, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank
Good job. Basically, the work is bibliography, so bibliography comes out well if you have an idea what exactly you are doing. That is one plus point of that particular methodology. Two, three things. Can you go to your first slide? Can you just show me your second slide, please? Yeah, that one. Yes. So one is too much of points in a slide. We can't read actually from here. If it is a little bit further, most people can't read it anyways. So you probably need at least 2 slides for these kind of things. One. Second, as Chanu ma'am points out most of the time, your last or the latest study is 2022, and you haven't gone beyond that for your literature. So
Yeah,
that
madam,
is
actually
one.
there are certain studies, but these are certain industry studies which are more significant actually. That's why I have pointed out this only to
पंकज जी
explain.
थोड़ा स्लो बोलेंगे आप, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन हो गया.
Okay, madam, actually we have more studies considering this in recent years, but then I have only highlighted few articles here because of lack of space here, basically
Oh,
because of
okay.
limited slides.
Yeah, then probably you should have given 122, 121, and the rest of it, the latest articles. So that probably makes sense, you know. That kind of works. Can you go back to your next slides as well, please? Yes, research gap. So when you're writing research gap and you're talking about what works or what you're expecting to work, you have said here the researchers tried to investigate into the areas where a gap can be addressed. So what do you mean by that?
Actually, tried to find out what kind of studies has been conducted considering the area, and then that's why we tried to find out whether there is certain studies in bibliometric analysis, whether what are the keywords being used in that area, if any. So those actually gaps was tried to investigate it, and then that can so that we can address those gaps.
Okay, then probably the way you put it across is these were the gaps that were identified.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is one
Okay,
of the
thank you,
ways
madam.
or better way of putting it across rather than telling people that, hey, look, we tried to identify the gap. So people will wonder, what are you doing over there? How did you
Okay,
start
madam.
it in the
Thank you.
first place? It comes
Definitely,
across in
madam.
that manner. Okay? So that is
Yeah.
one of the issues you need to be careful about. Chanu ma'am, you have to say something.
Yeah, yes, yes. Thank you, madam. So here regarding the research gap, so are you trying to find out this gap that after reviewing all these studies, that such type of bibliographic analysis have not been done by other researchers? Are you trying to say in that way? Because your
Madam,
work
actually,
is the bibliography.
yeah, madam,
Yes,
actually,
please.
since it is a bibliometric analysis, so I just tried
Yeah.
to find out because lot many studies have been conducted with using different keywords. So these particular keywords which I have used, that hasn't been used in earlier studies.
So that's
So
why
those,
see keywords means here. Your is a bibliographic analysis, right? So are
yeah.
you trying to establish that in those studies that you have reviewed or have you found, bibliographic analysis related studies are not found? So do you want to
Yes, in that
establish?
area. Yes, madam. In that area, it is not found.
Okay, okay. So that is your main logic behind the development of this paper.
Yes,
Okay.
madam.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Yeah. Thank you. So over to madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Pangaji, this seems okay, but you might have to edit it a little bit more extensively so that you like what we talked about the gap earlier. So you might have to edit it a little bit more extensively to ensure that people read exactly as it should be read.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Definitely, I will
yes.
work on that.
Is this a student paper?
Oh,
No, madam.
Okay.
Actually, in Pankajji's case, madam, only one gap is there. That's that when he reviewed bibliographic analysis based studies are not found. This is the only one gap that I think Pankaj sir is willing to say.
Okay,
Not
madam.
these 4
Definitely, I will
points.
work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, yes.
madam. Thank you for the
in
suggestions. Actually,
addition,
I will.
yeah, in addition to this, in the line of madam also, I would like to request you, when you use PowerPoint, please use power, not the paragraph point. Thank you. Not paragraph point. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, over to madam.
Thank you, ma'am. Pangaji, bibliography brings out a very good paper if you try to make it into a paper, but then the way you write, it should show exactly what you're looking for, because bibliography can, if you are not careful in writing, you might have too many points and too many things there, which might actually make the reader confused on what you're actually trying to do. Okay, so you need to actually look into exactly what you're trying to do and write it accordingly, so that you find you can actually bring out a useful paper for people who are looking to work in this area.
Yes,
It is
madam.
it is good work. You just need to polish it a bit more, focus it a bit more. Okay.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you for the suggestion. Definitely, I will work on that.
Thank you so much, Pangaji. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you,
Next
madam.
person,
Thank you,
please.
madam.
We are looking at 064. Dr. Alka Panda. Dr. Alka Panda, are you there? Okay, it is much higher time here.
Is 064 Dr. Alaka Panda available here? I hope everyone can unmute themselves. Okay, fine. We'll be moving on to 0.
Somebody came up a little bit earlier, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm
Zero-
Richa Mishra and my number is CDM 018. So is it okay if I present?
018?
018 is not in our session. So I think probably you have joined
Hello?
the session.
Zero
Hello?
one. Alka, great.
Am I
wonderful.
audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I'm
Please put
Dr.
your
Alka
presentation
Panda.
up.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You can continue.
Please put your presentation up. Meanwhile, the 018, right?
Yeah, 018.
018 team, please understand it is not with this session. Your session is different. Please find that link and go and join that, please.
All right. Thank you.
All
Thank you,
the
sir.
yeah, Dr. Mishra, it will be in that paper that has been sent to you. So please find
Sure.
that Zoom link and join in that, please.
Right. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome. All the best. Dr. Panda, we are waiting for you. Dr. Alka Panda, are you there?
064 Dr. Alaka Panda, ma'am. Can you please share your screen for the presentation? If not shared in the next minute, then we'll be moving on to 068.
Is there?
Yes, 068, Mr. Sajan Kumar Agarwal.
Yes, I'm there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you share your screen, sir?
Oh, yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Hello.
So can I
Hello.
start?
Yes, Mrs. Dr. Alaka Panda, can you just wait for the
Yeah.
next?
Okay. Actually, I am having some internet issues.
Okay.
Okay. I'll wait for the next. Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I apologize. Thank you very much.
So good afternoon. Yeah, the topic here is impact of innovation on a technology company's competitiveness. The introduction is technology. What is technology? In general, it's a knowledge, product, processes, tools, methods, systems deployed to create goods and providing services. technology companies, they utilize various technologies as input to produce technological output and solutions. At a micro level, management of technology is a field of knowledge that is concerned with only utilization of the technology on the society, organization, and individual. On the other hand, at micro level, management of technology is an interdisciplinary field that focuses to develop new technological capabilities, accomplish operational and strategic objectives of an organization in creating and sustaining a competitiveness of the enterprise. Innovation
Can you
in
time it?
product or process.
He's too slow.
Any question for me?
No. It's good.
Innovation in product or process. Am I on? Yeah, okay. Innovation in product or process, it brings new generation technology or new products impacting the market share. Radical technology innovation creates technology discontinuity characterized by the S-curve, which brings obsolescence to the current generation technologies. That's the introduction and background. The objective of the paper, I have not yet conducted any real research study, etc. It's only proposal stage. The objective is to explore and examine the factors influencing competitiveness of technology companies, to study if research and development related factors are a factor for creating new generation technology and having OEM grade technology of own, and thereby having a competitive organization, or technology uses in new gen technology or old gen technology.
Give me a
Yes.
headache.
Hello. Are you saying something to me?
No.
So the
Sajan ji,
literature.
please continue. It is going well. थोड़ा speed बढ़ा दो.
Okay, okay. In the literature review, Alfada has mentioned that innovation is primary contributor to superior performance. The next paper, Chunkamui had published that Kodak's management's inability to see digital photography as a disruptive technology, even though its researchers actually went on to do research on new technologies. That's why Kodak failed is a chilling message. Open source in the cloud is a company where they have been exploiting and exploring to shape their disruptive innovation to become a open source software provider. And we all know about the Porter's 5 forces, how competitiveness is affected by various forces in the market. The proposed research model is having 3 antecedents. Enterprises that are innovation focused, they really do research development and they produce new gen technology, thereby they challenge their peers, they become highly competitive, they have a strong growth trajectory, their profit, their technology is used by others. Coming to companies using the technology, the enterprise which uses the new generation technology, that utilize the new generation technology, are able to readjust in the marketplace, thereby readjusting their survival period. Whereas companies who use old generation technologies, they are imitable. Anybody is able to imitate them, and hence they face the bargain power of buyers. They are challenged with margins, their hiring slows down, they have layoffs, they have diminishing operation, and they have a very limited survival period. This is the model.
Okay.
So dependent variables are the company's competitive consequence. It will be thriving or sustaining or degrading its competitive to probably extinct. Independent variables are going to be operational output measures such as revenue, margins, headcounts. Research and development factors are going to be patents, unique assets, automations, building new gen tech, development capability, and the other independent variable is investment on human resource factor in teaching and educating and building their competency on news and technology and using those for their solution footprint. Same, the details of these, the description of those variables are out here. I'm not going to go through in detail. If there is a specific question, please ask. Otherwise, I'll move on to the next slide. So research methodology is going to focus on qualitative and quantitative approach to investigate subjective nature. Secondary data will be collected from published sources. Primary data will be designed, piloted, executed, and collected. Sample design are going to focus on IT infra providers, application solution providers, business transaction processing companies, to cover C-level people, cover practice heads, to cover practice engineers. Various data collection instruments such as what is available in the market, that will be utilized. Also, survey questionnaire will be used. Data will be analyzed using cleansing tools, further analyze and describe, and inferential statistics will be used to create test the hypothesis, and will be finally interpreted and summarized. Difficulty in accessing data that are confidential. I have not done the real research, so the finding is only for Amazon that I just collected, that Amazon has spent nearly 22.6 billion in research and development in 2017, more than any other US company.
Sajanji, your time
Yes.
is up. So I'm going to start from this slide.
Yeah.
Discussion and analysis are different from your issues or your limitations. Difficulty in accessing data that are confidential is a limitation. It is not a discussion or an analysis. Okay, can you go back? This is an operations management paper, is it?
Technology management.
Technology management, okay. Fine. So you cannot, before you collect data, decide that data analysis techniques and you are going to clean the data or this is going to be happening. You need to wait for the data to come and then look at it and then decide if you need cleaning or not. Not all data all the time requires cleaning.
These are proposed techniques, yeah.
Yes, so don't propose cleaning already. If this is a research proposal, please don't propose cleaning before when you submit. They'll start there. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, can you go to the previous slide again, back? Yes. So you are talking about quantitative and qualitative approach. So you write this as multi-method approach, okay? And then you explain about what in quantitative will you be doing and what in quantitative will you be doing. And then you talk about your data collections after that. Now, here your sample design and size, you are talking about ICT companies and their service offerings. You are spreading it too much.
Okay.
आप एक वही इंडस्ट्री में, are you Hindi? Do you understand Hindi?
Yes.
Okay, great. So wahi industry mein focus on something that is specific. Like for example, you focus on IT infrastructure provider. ठीक है?
Okay.
Or else you look at a BPO alone. BPOs are not much around, or they probably won't even share their data with you right now. So easier would be if you go to IT infrastructure providers rather than anyone else. Now, when you go to cover, when you go C-level people, that is not how we write in a paper or in a presentation. We talk about talk to the top management, including CEO, CIO, and CMO. That's how you write. You do not write journalistic language in a research paper or a research slide. Okay? And when you say you cover practice heads for tech segments, marketing department, HR and finance, these are all spreading yourself so wide, Sajanji. इतना आप अपने data को spread नहीं कर सकते. Yes, I understand you want to check everything that is possible and come to a very clear industry supportive conclusion. But you could take it stepwise rather than go and do a wide band. ठीक है ना? या तो आप एक काम करो, अभी आपने ICT companies दिखाई है, and if we are focusing on IT infrastructure, then you look at practice sets for tech segments alone. tech departments or, supportive or whatever that is. Don't get into marketing, HR and finance right now.
Okay.
Okay. And you have already said sample practicing engineers. So you put that over there and look at senior engineers or engineers who are into the managerial area. So that gives you a little bit more, credibility for the data that you get. And it reduces the spread that you have, wherein your focus is higher. Chances of you getting the data are higher. And आपने पहले जो बोला है ना cleaning, वो नहीं चाहिए होंगे अगर आपने ये कर रही है तो ठीक है ना.
Got you.
Okay, so now if you go back again to the previous slide, we are like, okay, this is too much information on a slide. You do not do this at any point of time. This is a serious big no in presentation.
That's why I just skipped this.
I know, you told me
I kept
that.
it for, yeah.
Don't put this when you're presenting. Make it into 3 different slides and put it up, okay?
Okay.
The other one. Yes. So go to the next one, then I'll start from there. Okay, now here you have talked about innovation-focused antecedents. What does it mean?
Is the company.
What are antecedents over here? Okay, antecedents are something that were existing before, earlier. So हम usually जब हम antecedents बोलते हैं वो particular variable निकाल के वो variable का antecedents देखते हैं, provided the study requires it. So this particular word is not something that you need to use. You probably should find the right word for it. I'm not sure what you're looking for over here. I believe you are looking at innovation-focused processes that have happened. If you are looking for earlier processes, give timelines. For example, 20 to 2010. 2000 to 2010, then 2011 to 2015. So you give timelines for them, or something that marks the change. I believe that's what you're trying to do here.
I think I just need to remove that antecedent and clearly say innovation focused enterprises. It's all about the companies, right?
Excellent.
I don't know why this word entered. Yeah. Okay.
Ji. So Abhi, you go back to the variable slide, please. Now here, you're talking about dependent variables and you are talking about competitiveness consequence. So consequences of a company or an organization being competitive is it thrives, it sustains. So why degrading?
Well, they are going to extinct. They are no longer. It is very clearly visible that few years down the line, the company will collapse.
There is another one aspect which we talk about this. This is called company life cycle. Okay, so the life cycle starts, you begin, then it thrives, then it sustains, then it plateaus, that is sustaining. From there it falls, the peak falls, then it revives or it dies. That is a company life cycle. Or a product life cycle is also similar, it's almost same.
Right.
Okay, so you might want to work on these variables which you are looking at here, probably the names that you are going to call them, and maybe work a little bit on that, on what you want in this.
Sure.
Okay. Now, your independent variables, operational or operational measures, your research and development factors, you are again, as I told earlier, packing a lot of stuff into one single space. Okay, na?
Yeah.
You get what I said?
Yes.
Yeah. So I believe you are a tech guy, so you will understand what I'm saying. Okay. So if you are looking at tech companies, and as we said, if you are looking at the tech areas and people who are in the tech, then possibility is you can probably put the human resource factor just into one area where recruiting and maintaining technology specialist or specific technology specialist are difficulties or the capabilities required or whatever that is. Investment in people is a part of the company. If you look at HR investing in people, it is too wide. You're talking about, compensation. You start from compensation because salary is where everything starts. Then you talk about development. Then you talk about succession management. Too much of stuff comes in that. That is not something which you want to touch with the proposal like this. Second thing that you have here is research and development factors. You're talking about multitude of stuff over there. Patents, unique assets, automation, building new generation technology, development capability. If you're looking at something that is very clear as in technology, then look at one or two aspects which talks about R&D in technology. Possibly you could talk about unique assets because patents is a gray area even for people who are filing it. Building new generation technology development capability, you could probably talk about improvisation, or you could talk about new technology or research into new technology. Is that okay? Something like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense to you? Yeah. And operational measures, your revenue, margins, headcount. Headcount goes to HR, your margins go to finance, your revenue goes to finance. So you might have to rethink that part also. है कि नहीं? I'm sorry, मैंने आपको पीस करके दिया लग रहा है. I'm so sorry, Sajan ji. But if you are doing a proposal, do it in such a way where they will accept it on the spot.
Sure.
All the best. Please do well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is this for your PhD?
I have not. I don't know whether this focus was towards a PhD. Working in the tech sector for such a long period, I thought that the companies, Indian companies, need to focus on these three segments of the area. So I thought I would like to propose a paper that would open their eyes, where they would not just simply focus on profit making, wherein today lot many companies are sort of getting scrambling to survive while AI is able to produce engineers or other code and solution. Like you have seen recently what happened to Infosys, 400 people fired, right? So clearly this is an area the IT industries in India and elsewhere need to think that go for innovation so that your competitiveness will be there. That's the thought process. Whether I want to do a PhD on this or not, I did not think about it.
Good job. All the best. Let us know how you fare. Take care.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Chanu ma'am, आपको कुछ बोलना है सर से?
No, I was thinking in different way. So Sajan ji has given so many possible topics for so many scholars in the coming days. I'm thinking in that. In the beginning, I was thinking whether it is a proposal or not, and later on, I come to know that hundreds of PhD topics may be prepared based on Sajan's.
That's
excellent. So absolutely, I think I've contributed deeply to the whole purpose of this MAHE here, right?
Yes.
That's good. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
All the best, Sajan ji. Please do well. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Who is next?
Okay, for the next will be 039 will be presenting. Dr. Nail Syed Ahmed. Is he present?
039 अपना है क्या?
Yes, I am.
Yes, sir. So you'll
Dr.
be
Syed
presenting.
Ahmed?
So
Yeah,
you would like
Syed
to
Ahmed.
share your screen?
Great. Which college, sir?
Thank you.
Come again?
Introduce yourself.
What did you say? Okay. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Can I what?
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, my name is Nail Syed Ahmed. I am a PhD accounting assistant professor teaching at Modern University College in Palestine. And I'm doing this paper, presenting this paper, which I already done some work with Dr. Shaista Anwar from the Lower College in Abu Dhabi, UAE.
Okay. Yeah, she's here today, actually.
Yeah, I know she's already in in one of the sessions, and I'm doing another one. So
Yes, she's doing some other one.
yeah.
Yeah. Excellent.
So I just share the screen. I don't know if it's showing.
No, it is not. It is actually in the working mode, not in the present mode.
saying that I'm sharing my screen.
Please go ahead.
Okay, so basically, the paper is titled "The Use of Artificial Intelligence to Achieve Green Business Optimization." The current study aims to explain the challenges faced by humanity in both economy and environment, which requires fast solutions to maintain our limited resources. Basically, we try to go back to recent literature discussing the use of AI, different applications and tools in order to achieve green business optimization and sustain, the environment in general. The results of the discussion that will be explained later on show that AI applications are vital for sustained environment and economy, and that some challenges do face its adoption, although the rewards expected are worth the investment on both the short and long runs. So basically, for the introduction, humans started to think about the current reality and the limited resources that we actually have, and we also start to think about the future and the next generations. And we have so
Dr.
many
Nail, can you get to that slide as you talk, please? We are still in the slide 1.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sharing my presentation.
Yes,
It's showing
please.
that it is shared here. Doesn't show at your screen?
No, it is not in the slide mode. It is not in the.
It
It's
is.
in the editing mode.
In the?
It is still in the editing mode.
Okay.
Sir, I think you're in the editing mode. So kindly check.
Let me just put this here. Stop share. When I'm sharing, it's showing this one. It's showing. So I'll just go and share my screen, yes?
I think you are sharing
Yes,
the
please.
application or sharing
might
the
work.
desktop.
Yeah, it just shows that I'm sharing, and then they go into the presentation mode, and it's showing at my screen. I don't know if it is not showing at yours. Still not showing?
Just move on to the.
No, sir, it's not.
Just keep changing the slides, sir.
So better you can just move on to the slides, no? Using the cursor. I think you are on the first slide only.
I am changing the slide. Still, you don't see it, yeah? It's not showing?
Oh, it's not showing. It is still in the first slides only.
I'm on this one talking about the introduction.
Do you see editing mode from your window itself?
Do I see what?
Don't go to the presentation mode. Don't go to the presentation mode. Just escape from the presentation mode.
Okay.
Now. Yeah. Can you see now?
What do you want me to see?
Now,
This one?
now select manually number 2 because some technical issue is there from your side. You click on the second slide, double click. Yeah, please go ahead at least.
Okay, so you want me to use this? Okay, no problem. So.
No, because it is not having a full screen. That's why we are asking you to go at least with this view.
Okay, no problem, no problem. Okay, so as I was saying, humans are thinking.
Dipali Virmani. Virmani.
Just continue.
Yes.
Okay, so as I was saying, that humans are starting to think beyond the same reality and thinking about the future generations, especially with the problems related to, limited resources, natural resources, and there are so many challenges that are currently being faced by, such limited resources and the increase in the amounts of populations globally. So some challenges raised now and then, including ethical considerations and the need to have proper governance structure for the use of AI in different sectors, as well as information privacy and transparency of big data produced and used by such technology, as well as other challenges. These are being dealt with not on a local but also global level, and there are so many countries that are cooperating in order to try and overcome these. The current paper objective is basically to discuss how we can use AI different applications to overcome some of the obstacles related to using AI itself. So things related to high cost, things related to waste management, carbon emissions, and things like that. How we can overcome such problems using AI technologies, as well as avoiding some environmental hazards and the threatenings for the natural resources that we have. So the significance of the study is basically related to four main areas: enhancing the green economy, solving some environmental problems, understanding advanced technology and how it is used for some businesses and how they are actually trying to use these to avoid harming the environment, as well as improving the decision-making processes by lowering, the costs related to making these decisions and their impact on the overall environment in different parts of the world. For the theoretical background, it's just basically a summary. I did not present as my other colleagues did. I did not. There are some studies that we actually went through in order to try and understand how AI can help achieve green business optimization. So we actually use these studies to explain the challenges that impact the way we think about the future and how AI can help reshape the way we plan to use the scarce resources, including water, energy sources, and other natural resources. The current study also focused on introducing some of the experience of waste management practices and how AI can help better management to lower the hazards associated with disposing harmful materials at a lower cost. And
Dr.
also the
Nair?
discussion, yes.
Are these the studies are these the variables that you are going to research and study for this paper?
Well,
Or have
basically,
you?
yes. These are the terminologies that we have discussed in our paper and how actually AI is impacting on these.
Where are the
Right.
references for this, please?
Hmm?
What are the references for this?
These are mentioned in the paper. If you want, I can share for these in the research paper itself. If you wish, I can share.
Yeah, doctor, when you are putting it up on a slide, we would want to see the reference also with the particular term that you have taken up. So where did you receive the term or what is the antecedent for the term? So that is.
Okay.
So next time you do that, please ensure that you give it in whatever format that is comfortable, APA or Chicago or HBS, whichever it is, but some format, the reference, the citation has to come there so that we know this is where it came from. The antecedent, that is it, okay? Thank you so much. Can we go faster, please?
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So the methodology is basically focused on using a descriptive procedure to explain what AI is, defining its impact on economy, and explaining green economy and how to achieve sustainability in natural resources. The study applied analytical procedure to explain the impact of AI adoption on a green economy and why it is becoming important to integrate AI solutions into the sustainability strategy in the future for so many companies. For the results, basically the main results focused on the impact on environment of using AI different application, the carbon effect of AI application and its use, also energy consumption and costs and how we can manage the costs related to AI application using AI applications themselves, Also, and what AI and electronic waste have to do together, and how we can manage electronic waste using different AI applications. Also, the potential for the use of AI in achieving sustainability is increasingly significant, and that can help produce many reports at a faster pace and can help fight against poverty, pollution, and hunger, as well as showing that AI is not the final solution. Rather, it is a means to achieve better utilization of resources for different, aspects related to the future or next generations, and how we can actually avoid some environmental hazards in the future, and it can help provide a better chance to reach sustainable future for next generation.
Okay.
These are some conclusions just to summarize. Basically, so many economies
Doctor, the
are
time is up.
struggling.
Sorry.
Hmm?
Time's up. Sorry.
Time's up?
Time's up. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay.
Sorry
Okay, no
about
problem.
that.
No issue.
Sorry. Thank you. The thing is, few things. When you're writing your recommendation, when you're writing methodology, when you're writing literature review, the antecedents have to be mentioned. So if you're writing a methodology, a particular methodology, because your paper is advanced, is why I'm telling you this. Earlier, I didn't mention this to anyone, but the thing is that when you're writing a methodology, you should sustain the methodology with why are you using that? Why is it right methodology for this particular study? What does it do? Why not others? Why only this? Okay. Second
Okay.
thing is that your literature review has to mention on the slides what the antecedents of those studies were. So if you're saying, you said you have your definition or you formed a definition for AI. So when you're presenting, the expectation is the definition is said over there rather than tell us that you formed a definition.
Okay.
You get the picture? So that is how
Yeah,
we
but the thing is that we still have, the time limitation, the number of slide limitation, all of these things, because we are
Yeah, so what
presenting at
you
a fast speed. So, like everything is there on the paper, but then when you have
Yes,
to pick and choose.
I think you are telling me exactly what Rashmi was trying to say. The thing here is, what you do for those kind of situation is you put in a definition, you put in the objective, you give the questions if there are questions, you give the findings, you mention the methodology, give the findings. If it is in tables, put the table up, explain the table,
Yeah.
and then just finish it off. That's how you do that. So if you the thing is when you especially in AI's case, the problem is because it is an upcoming field and because there are too many works coming up, your definitions have to be in place all the time. So the first 2-3 slides, as I told Rashmi earlier, 2-3 slides, you should have your definition and your objective complete. Then comes your methodology. You can mention the methodology, put up a table, say this is what I found, this is the result, and then you give the recommendation, and that's it. You're done. So 5 slides and you're done.
Okay, got
Yeah, that happens when time limits are there.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Yeah.
It was really good job. Ma'am Chanu, are you there?
Yeah. It's okay, madam. So we can proceed. We can move on to another presentation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nail. That was nice meeting
Thank
you
you,
here.
and
All
best
the
of luck
best.
for others.
Thank you so much. Bye
Thank
bye.
you, thank you. I'll stop sharing just.
Okay, here we go again. So next up will be 037, Anil Ramachandran. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I'm here. Is it audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll just share my slide and I'll start.
Sir, I would like to remind you again, only 6 minutes will be allotted for each presentation. So kindly make sure you'll be able to finish it in time.
Yeah. Is the slide visible?
Yes.
The slide is visible. Can I start?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So the paper which I'm presenting is titled Scaling Healthcare Innovations in India, Data-Driven Policies and Digital Ecosystem. In fact, this is a part of a project which we are undertaking as a pilot study in Kerala. So it has not been completed. It is a study framework which I am presenting here. It's well known. The healthcare landscape in India is characterized by a mix of public and private providers, which has its own plus and minuses. And with a large country, large geographical area, rural-urban divides, digital divides, there are lots of significant challenges in healthcare access in terms of quality and affordability. So there needs to be structural reforms and innovations to address these issues, basically. So these are well known to us. The COVID pandemic was clear indications of how much of progress and innovation require in the healthcare sector. So limited accessibility, especially in the rural sectors, in terms of healthcare cost, insufficient insurance coverage compared to other advanced countries, poor resource allocations, low medical professional training, and disparities existing between the rural and urban areas. These are the basic challenges the country is facing. Yeah, we are looking at certain models which exist in the digital healthcare system, where we have looked into various countries, where Singapore has a model in terms of assuring health insurance, and where they ensure mandatory saving for medical care, focus on prevention and a better private-public partnership. Finland has another model where universal healthcare model with minimal cost, e-health and emphasis on reducing health inequalities are being done in Finland. Estonia has a wonderful model where they have integrated e-health systems and they have the digital identity, the health mobile sharing, the telemedicine systems are in place. US has a
Dr.
model
Naril,
where,
can we, sorry to
yeah,
interrupt, can we go a bit
yeah,
faster, please?
yeah, sure.
Thank
So these
you.
are some of the initiatives of the country where we have the National Digital Health Mission, the eSanjeevani telemedicine portal, the mobile health apps are there, and the AI and data-driven techniques. So the existing policies have their own shortcomings and drawbacks in terms of reachability, in terms of bottlenecks, in terms of implementing in the country with a larger geographical landscape. So the challenges basically goes with the technological barriers. There are issues with the regulatory and legal issues. The digital literacy, low digital literacy affects, especially in rural areas, and the sustainability of policy frameworks. So we are working on a area where we are trying to have a people-centric health information system model, which is already in place. We are trying this as a pilot project in Kannur district in Kerala. So these are some of the features of the people-centric health model. I'll skip on this. So it's data-driven decision-making where the people are empowered to have their own decisions in terms of assessing their health and decision-making. Empowerment and education becomes important. Public-private partnership in healthcare becomes important. Collaboration with various fields, not only the doctors, but also the technicians, where they can share the health information. So team-based care, which we call it, and equity and inclusivity.
These are findings?
No, these are the models which are existing in terms of the people-centric model. Okay, this
Then
is an
let's go
ongoing
faster
project.
to your work, please.
Yeah, this is the project which we have undertaken, where we have gone with the interactive citizen-driven health information system and the social well-being framework for early disease surveillance, healthcare, and health promotion, a pilot study in Kerala. This has not been done. This is on the process where we are tied up with the medical sector, with one or two hospitals, and we have created a health dashboard and using health trackers and the health profiles which have already collected. We are trying to have a system where we educate the rural public, where they can access their health data and get more informed in terms of disease surveillance. So the challenges are that require strengthening of the digital infrastructure. The digital literacy is another factor which can cut short on the project. Regulatory frameworks and good public-private partnership. So the recommendations, we see that this can be a model, but then developing it into a larger framework in the country requires standardized health data. Ensuring data privacy and security is another important feature. And how much we can leverage on the artificial intelligence and machine learning in terms of prediction of early surveillance of disease possibilities. Increase accessibility to rural and remote areas where we can scale with mobile health solutions or telemedical platforms or mobile health units can be used. And I think culture of innovation has to be fostered, where the medical science should develop more incubation centers, where people from the technology side can also collaborate and work in tandem. So the recommendations are it should focus on the patient-centric design, where it should be user-friendly. It should have multiple languages so that it caters to the diverse linguistic and cultural landscape. It should engage patients and healthcare providers, so the knowledge part becomes important, and continuous monitoring and evaluation is also very important in it. So there's a huge scope of digital health technologies to offer in the country. So opportunities to improve accessibility, quality, and affordability, especially in undeserved areas, in rural areas. But the barriers remain in terms of infrastructure gaps, regulatory issues, and digital literacy. So long-term policy development and innovations are necessary to scale digital health solutions. So that's it.
Anil,
Yes, ma'am.
ഇത് വേറെ ആരെങ്കിലും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ നോക്കിയായിരുന്നോ?
No, this has been proposed as a project for the DST, and we are taking it up.
So you are looking to develop an app for this?
We are developing a dashboard and an app, web-based and a mobile app, and also with trackers, health and digital trackers. We are taking a sample of almost 2,000 rural population from Kannur district, and then trying to implement this pilot project there to see. And we have already collaborated with 2 medical hospitals.
Sorry, why I asked you that question is because
Ma'am,
there are quite a few trackers already independently available with the private hospitals.
Yes, exactly.
So you might want to tell us why.
Yeah.
When there is already something available, why are you looking into this right now?
No, we are trying to customize it according to the rural population, according to the basic needs. That is why we have mentioned it as the citizen centric. So we are looking at what are the parameters which we need to look into. So accordingly, we'll be making algorithms and the machine learning aspects into it. It's not the standardized one which we normally use for the health information system.
Krishna Institute of Health Sciences, Hyderabad.
Okay.
Has its own app which actually is tailor-made for their kind of patients and whoever and whatever goes there.
Okay.
So we already have tailor-made apps that are already available. I'm not detracting you from your work because healthcare and AI has to do a lot of work together to work together. I'm someone who works in that area.
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
It's my area. So the thing is, you need to ensure that you are doing something that actually can add value to the people who are going to use it, rather than just jump on the bandwagon, which is already there. I told you just one app that is available right now. As we speak right now, it is available to the patients of that particular hospital. And they have 4 or 5 hospitals of their own. Now, there is also a government app that is being actually given in North India. I do not know if South has access to it or it has been floated in South. But when you look at Himachal, and most probably Chanuma might be aware of it, might have heard of it if she is working in this area. Healthcare has an app which is, tracking people with illnesses that are either, chances of becoming an endemic or a pandemic. Endemic, let us say endemic, let's not use the word pandemic. So there are chances of endemic or, epidemic or things like that. There is an app which actually helps. I believe that is connected. I keep forgetting the name of that app. There is one that helps out in that cases to the primary healthcare centers.
Sanjeevani is a platform which the government has.
Sanjeevani.
Sanjeevani.
Sanjeevani is one, ma'am. एक और है वो
M-Health is also there.
Himachal has it. Okay, so those are...
Himachal, I do not know, but that is Sanjeevani that I have heard, that one. Yeah.
So yeah, there you go. So there are a lot of these things that are actually there. So if you are doing something, you're spending time on it, then do something which adds value to what is existing rather than, blindly.
Exactly, because this is in the framework. We have not started with the project, so definitely we'll consider all these things, and we'll see how better we can have a value addition to this project.
And
Yeah, this
unfortunately,
is
the
the thing.
one, the app that Krishna Institute is using is actually a cheap one.
Okay.
It's not an expensive. No, if you're working on something, it is skims.
But,
We are using it. So the thing is, if you are doing something, then you should piggyback on something like that, which by adding
Exactly, ma'am.
value
So,
to that rather
yes,
than you
yes,
start
yes.
from square one and then pick up something that's already there. Doesn't make sense.
Okay, sure. We'll look into that.
Otherwise, a good presentation, Anil. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Chanu ma'am?
Yeah, I find it's a very good. Yeah, I find it's a very good presentation. In the meantime, that what Madam has said. So Dr. Anil may look into those areas. So you have, by considering the rural areas, people, and by considering the demographic situation of the country, so you may have developed, or you may develop, certain things, right? So I find this presentation is very, very interesting, and I have learned many things from this presentation too, because this is a new area for me. Okay, yeah. Over to Madam.
It was good to have this interaction, because definitely we'll take back all the inputs given, and since once it is implemented, we'll see that there's something novice in the project which we undertake.
Yes. So firstly, you may try, and you may see what are the challenges, and what improvements can be done in the coming days also in that way. And what Madam had mentioned, okay, that app is giving more beneficial, or your will be giving more beneficial, so that the future will decide. Okay, so best
Sure, ma'am,
wishes
sure.
from my side. Yeah, best wishes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
If you need at any point any help, I also work in the same area. You can find me on IBS
Sure,
Hyderabad website.
sure, ma'am. I'll get in touch with you.
My
Sure,
name is
definitely.
Sindhu. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
sure,
Go
sure,
ahead.
ma'am. Sure. Thank you.
All the
Thank you very much.
best.
Thank you,
Bye.
ma'am.
Are we done?
I hope. Any more presentations?
Ma'am, can I present?
Is it Advait?
Advaita. Yes.
Advaita. Yeah, I think. When did you got the invitation for presentation in the session?
So yesterday only I made the payment, and today morning I received the mail.
Okay. Which session number they mentioned?
Session 5. Like
Session.
actually the name was not given. They told me just I am the 15th person in this section.
Okay, please go ahead. Share your screen and go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
Anilji, can you pull your presentation off, please? Thank you.
Stop sharing the screen. So the previous presenter, please stop sharing the screen.
Thank you.
Advaita, can you share your screen?
Yes, sir.
So this will be the last presenter, right?
Yeah, this is the last presenter as far as concerned, but there are few presenters are absent. There is no response from them.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible. Can you go to the full screen mode? It is in the editing mode now. Yeah, go ahead. Your time starts now.
So my name is Advaita Kiraj. I am an MCOM student from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Amritapuri campus. So today I am going to present on the topic customer perception of bank assurance versus insurance purchase.
Advaita.
Yes, ma'am.
Sweetheart, I'm sitting here so that I can understand what you're saying.
Okay, ma'am. Like
So,
time limit is 6 minutes, so I increase my system.
yeah. So go back, start from the first place. This is not how you present. You're a kid. You need to start doing it. Yeah?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Advaita Keraj. I am a final year MCOM student from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Amritapuri campus, Kerala. So I am going to present on the topic customer perception of bank assurance versus insurance purchase through agents. So we all know what is insurance. Insurance is a way to protect yourself from financial loss. You need to pay a small amount of money called premium to the insurance company, and in return they help to cover big expenses if something bad happens, like accident, illness, or damaged property, etc. So in India, there are mainly two types of insurance: life insurance and general insurance. The industry is regulated by IRDAI, which ensures that insurance companies are fair to customers. Next comes the bank assurance. Bank assurance is when a bank partners with an insurance company and offers insurance products like life or health insurance to its customers.
Let's get to your work, Advaita.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, the objective of my study is to understand trends in how people buy insurance, including whether they prefer purchasing insurance through banks or agents. The aim is to understand how aware consumers are for buying insurance through banks, what benefits they see in it, and the goal is to measure how satisfied customers are with bank assurance and agents focusing on quality and cost. Ma'am, my study comprises of insurance brought through banks, that is bank assurance, with insurance brought through agents and insurance brought through agents. The primary data is collected and we have used stratified random sampling technique, and the data is collected from 3 regions: North Kerala, South Kerala, and Central Kerala.
What do you mean stratified?
Ma'am, like only some people from areas are.
Why did you stratify the data?
Like 150 respondents. From 150 respondents, I have collected the data.
No.
Why stratified? That's the question.
Stratified. Ma'am, like population, like the population can be divided into subpopulations, right?
Why would you do that, Bache? That's the question.
Ma'am,
why would you do that?
Because ma'am, my study is limited to only 3 districts of Kerala. So I have done the stratified sampling technique.
If your districts are limited, where in any of the RM textbook does it say you need stratified?
Okay. Ma'am, I'm not having much idea about it. Sorry, ma'am.
How can you not have idea and come and bring a paper and present?
Like not my mentor told me that we will do this sampling techniques. We tested us as sample t-test was used.
Advaita, when mentor told you to do stratified, did you ask the question, why do we have to take stratified, sir or ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Then how will you learn, kiddo?
Oh.
तुम पढ़ोगे कैसे फिर? Huh? Okay, let's go forward. Move from methodology. Move.
Okay. Ma'am,
What are you studying for?
Ma'am, MCOM final year. It's my
MCOM final year. This is your dissertation for MCOM, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. But if the basic is not in place when you get out of here and start working on something, it's going to be difficult. Next time you run a survey and you choose stratified and your senior officer asks, why stratification? If you do not know how to answer, that might not help you in the future, kid.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. So when someone, even any of us, ask you to do that, you should ask us, and we want you to ask us questions because you're students and we need you to learn. So we want you to ask us the question, why? It's very important.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay? So tomorrow go to sir and say, वो एक मैम थी उधर, वो मेरे वाट लगाई. तो आपने क्यों बोले स्ट्रैटिफाइड अभी बता के दो मुझे.
Okay.
ठीक
I'll
है?
ask. Okay,
Yeah.
ma'am. Ask.
Okay, so what is your analysis in this ultimately? How many data?
Ma'am,
What's your sample?
150 respondents.
60 respondents.
150.
150 respondents.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you find?
Ma'am, I found out that the people aged 25 to 35 are increasingly buying insurance. And the first reason is like for financial protection, they are taking these insurance. And in India, Kerala, like middle-aged group peoples are taking the advantage of bank assurance because they are more used with the technology. And the people about 35 years of age, they are more comfortable with the insurance products purchased through agents. The age group people often have higher incomes and they are more interested in insurance for retirement planning. They choose agents because of personalized and customized solutions. And ma'am, like the people working in government sector often prefer insurance purchase through agents rather than bank assurance because of trust and relationship and personalized services which the agent provides. Then people working in banking sector are well known about the financial products as well as they know the importance of protecting wealth and investing in securities. People working in IT sector tend to prefer bank assurance because they are more related to technology and have a huge trust in bank. Overall, IT professionals value the convenience, speed, and technology-driven services often offered through bank assurance, making it a popular choice for them. And then, ma'am, these are some of the findings. A significant number of the participants were male. The study discovered that the significant proportion of respondents fall in the age group of 25 to 35.
Advaita?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, your name is 3 letters more than my son's name. So I'm going to treat you exactly like I treat him, okay?
Oh, okay, ma'am. Sure.
My son's name is Advait. So, okay, listen. When you tell me that you found a significant number of participants in a particular age group, did you ask for specifying the age group? Did you control by the age group? Did you take the age group as a variable? What did you do with it?
Ma'am, yes, in my questionnaire, it was mentioned the age groups like 25 to 35. Then
So it was a variable you took.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have significantly told us that in your findings, these age group goes for this and this age group goes for this.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. That explanation is very good. Now, the study indicates that most of the participants had an annual household income of 2 lakhs, is it?
Yes, ma'am.
So that is 40%. 40% of what?
40% of their annual income. Like I have given more options, like below 1 lakh or 2 lakh, then more than 5 lakh, like that. So most of the participants were 2 lakh.
So 40% of your sample falls within 2 lakh, bracket of income.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So then the third one, you need to write it very clearly, kiddo. Look at that sentence. Just read that. Can you understand head or tail of it?
The study indicates that most of the participants had an annual household income of 2 lakh.
And then you wrote 40%. Any idea what that means to a person who doesn't know your work?
No, ma'am.
Exactly. After that, you have written in terms of number of participants in the study. The district with the highest number of respondents was Alappuzha, then Kollam, and then Thiruvananthapuram. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I prefer Trivandrum. Sorry. But that's it and done. The question is, what is the total number of, what is the N over here?
150.
Okay, then you should write total number of participants that N is equal to 150.
Okay, ma'am.
Participants fell from these 3 districts. So the study has a limitation of falling in these 3 districts.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, baby. So this is how you write. Yeah?
Okay, ma'am.
Go next slide. Go.
As per the study, many of the respondents were aware about the insurance sold through agents, and very small amount of people were knowing about the banker assurance.
Advaita,
yes,
you have
ma'am.
a habit of having half sentences everywhere. 53.3% what?
Of insurance sold through bank agents.
So how do you write that sentence?
As per this study, many of the participants prefer
Bracket 53.3% were aware about the insurance sold through agents.
Okay.
Otherwise, where will I put that 53.3? Okay.
The study also showed that the most of the respondents had satisfactory opinions on the products purchased, 42% through agents, and savings on them were 48.6%. The pricing were like these. They were mostly satisfied with the products purchased through agents rather than banker assurance. The study found that majority of the respondents possess a least level of knowledge regarding the products sold through agents. Some of the suggestions of my study is the study found that majority of the respondents were more knowledgeable about purchasing insurance through agents, which suggests that there is a need for initiatives to increase awareness about other modes of purchasing insurance, such as
Advaita.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job. But listen to me first because I teach your kind of kids. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
When you're doing your work, especially anything that you write or you teach, it should be useful to 10 people outside that. If somebody reads this study, they should be able to understand the difference between bank assurance, insurance, what is useful for, which is useful for them to make an informed decision. If a paper by you doesn't help people to do that, then you have wasted your time and others' time as well. You are a young kid. You are the power of the country and the world right now. You cannot afford to do these things. Got it better?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. As far as the study is concerned for your thesis work, it is good enough. Possibly it will get through. You might get a B or an A. That is also okay. You have presented it here. We will give you a certification. So that is also done. Your boxes are ticked. But the point is, if you have spent 5 minutes of your time on something, that should be useful to you and others. Otherwise, don't even do that ever in your life. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You're an MCOM graduate. That means something in the world.
Yes, ma'am.
Value that. You're 21 years of age?
Ma'am, 22.
22 years, you are ruggified, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So that should be useful.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? When you're doing something, please always keep this in mind. Is that useful to you and another 10 people outside the peripheral of what you are or immediate, neighborhood of what you are? If it is useful, go ahead and do it. If it is not useful to anyone or you, please don't do that.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay? ఇప్పుడు ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ പേപ്പർ വായിച്ചാൽ അവർക്ക് അടുത്തൊരു 4 പേർക്ക് ഡിസിഷൻ ഉണ്ടാക്കാനുള്ള കപ്പാസിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവണം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വാട്ട് യു ഹാവ് ഡൺ ഇസ് ആക്ച്വലി എ വേസ്റ്റ് ഓക്കെ ബേബി
Okay, ma'am.
all the best be a good BCom girl okay go get a good job do some good work
Okay.
yeah Chanu ma'am bachi hai
I'm listening to both of you, and the one reacting like tough mother, and the one is reacting like a very soft daughter. So, but I will say in different way, again in the softer way, so that she can improve in different way, in different level. So, Madam is also advising you so that you can produce a better product. Okay, don't take it otherwise. Okay, because nowadays it's very difficult to counsel, the children also. Okay, so but at this level, I will congratulate, I will appreciate. At the MCOM level, you have come up with such a very, interesting topic. And at the meantime, so you please try to learn a few things. Even when I see so many PhD holder also, they cannot present like you, my dear. So you are so good, your way of presentation is so good. And yes, there is always option of improvement. Even 95 years old male also, tries to improve. Okay, so no one is perfect. And whatever Madam had mentioned on today's platform, so you please try to accommodate those things. You had rightly said, I just mentioned here, Madam. So she was feeling confused. I think that's why she couldn't speak properly. So regarding certified random sampling, so you said that subgroups, right? Okay. So because it is used to ensure that each group is, represented equally, right? Okay. So you try, and you please try more. Okay. And your presentation is very, very interesting. Okay, and one day you will be better than us. I feel so. Okay. And the last slide, when you write this is majority or most of the respondents or majority of the respondents, so within bracket, please give the figure, so that we can know that how much. Okay, majority means from 50.5 majority, up to 99.9, right? Okay, so from whether it is a 50.1, 50.2, 50.5, or 99.9, right? Okay, so in that way, please. And when you say that statistically, the significant, when you speak about significant, it is related to statistically tested thing. Okay, so in that way, so you please try. Okay, all the very best. I'm also from commerce, that's why I have little bit soft corner of commerce graduates. Yeah. Okay, all the very best. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Advaita, few things. When you write theory, you should give some literature which research has happened. So ensure that you cite a literature where the research of that particular kind has happened. So if you're saying bank assurance is more important, or insurance is this, or insurance is that, your definition comes, you have to tell people from where those came, okay?
Okay, ma'am. I'll see.
Take care. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. One last call for the people who are not presented. Mr. Amrish Gupta is here.
Bye, guys. Advaita, bye.
Amrish Gupta. Dr. Samita Mohanty.
Amrish is not here.
Then Dr. Alka Panda. Okay. Okay. Miss Asmani. Dr. Deepa Sankila. Bimukti. Okay, these are the presenters who are not present today, but we'll come to the end of the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
We'll see
you.
you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Bye-bye. Yeah.